the greatest thing I've ever seen. You're overdue. I just felt it's something that makes you look good, and that's cool, and you know, I'm all for it, but I think you need to tone this down because now it's getting obtrusive to the show. But they can go in the afternoon for a U.S.
Hold
show,
on a second.
as they did there, and they can do 180,000 buys for an afternoon show, which they've also done for All In. So
okay,
we know they can do. We know they can do big.
Can I continue this before you cut me off?
Yes,
we know one thing.
Yes.
We know it might have done well because it went on first.
I'm not saying it would.
Here's my thing, Dave.
But here's okay. Wait. Okay, here's the thing. Oh my God, that's the greatest thing I've ever seen. I mean, it didn't mean anything to me. It was just a match.
That's the problem, Dave. It should mean something to you.
Give him a quick squash win just to show that, like, you know, he's not a loser.
What's happening, guys? Welcome to Dave Meltzer Dumb Moment of the Phil Marks Dumb Moment of the Week here at DMDMW. And that's right, we are here early because we have not done a show in 2 weeks. So we're back this week with hashtag DMDMW. I am your host, of course, Phil S. Marks. And on this show, WWE sucks, AEW rules. Just ton of hating on WWE, a ton of glazing. AEW, we have SummerSlam versus Redemption and Grand Slam Mexico. We have Dave Meltzer being delusional about his terrible journalism skills. He teaches wrestlers how to wrestle and tells them to not do shock face. So we'll explain what that is in a bit. All of that and more, ladies and gentlemen. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit retweet, rate the pod high, check out patreon.com/ProWrestleTimes, hype the video, so many things you can do to support. You can super chat in, gift a membership, become a member. I do weekly bonus shows, but there's bonus Dave Meltzer Dumb Moment of the Week over at patreon.com/ProWrestleTimes. So without further ado, let's get flutes in the chat, guys, because it is time for everybody's favorite show, and it is called Dave Meltzer Dumb Moment of the Week.
Here's the guy that has papers everywhere in this room.
So, guys, I just want to start with some star ratings, and then we're going to get into Dave Meltzer pretty much just glazing AEW to death. And there's some star ratings from last week, and I didn't pull the Redemption ones. I didn't pull any of these other ones. These are the Redemption ones. Never mind, I lied. But I also have a bunch of random matches that he gave star ratings to that are just completely embarrassing. And I want to read those off first, permitted they are in the folder. They should be. Again, we've been away for a couple weeks, but no, I may have just nixed them. But basically, he was rating all of these like CMLL, just random matches, collision matches and shit, are getting 4 3/4, 4 stars, whatever. So your boy Phil just ditched that because we don't need to go over all of that. But we do have the star ratings for Redemption. Dave Meltzer rated Omega versus Kevin Knight 4 3/4 stars. So one of the best matches he's ever seen, obviously only based on moves. And Dave will claim this isn't his opinion. This is objective reality. His fucking fan base are smart fans. And if you don't listen to him, you're dumb. And poor people don't like AEW.
Poor people don't like AEW.
So you're poor and low IQ if you don't agree with him. However, his only metric is how the crowds moved, I guess. But it's obviously just based on moves because Kevin Knight's not over enough to... He's not even in the 4-star realm unless you're only grading the moves he does. And in which case, how does Dave Meltzer see a match where Kevin Knight, no offense, I like him, they're building him up. Kevin Knight, though, at one point had Kenny Omega in like a headlock, like a chin lock, and the crowd was chanting at him, and he was trying to do, because Kevin Knight's really bad at being a heel, as I've pointed out a bunch of times. And so Kevin Knight started trying to plug his ears with both of his hands, like earmuffs, while he had a headlock on Kenny. And Kenny's selling a headlock that's not even on, and Kenny had to reach up and grab his arm and pull it over his chin again. And he did that a couple times in that fucking match. And to Dave, that is the best wrestling he's ever seen in his entire life. He's a fraud. Willow versus Tekla, 3 3/4. Andrade Davis, 4 stars. Painmaker Ciampa, 4 1/4 star. And again, like, what a mark. Painmaker. No, it's just Jericho. And then at Grand Slam Mexico, Jericho came out as Cortizone de Leon, Lionheart. Why? Because he's literally doing the gimmick of cycling through his old gimmicks from a couple years ago. It's fucking terrible. And I saw some people being like, oh, Phil, but you wanted him to do that in WWE. No, I fucking didn't. He already did it in AEW. I didn't want him to ever do that again. I just wanted him to be Chris Jericho. He could have even done like the Y2J and called himself that. And you can poke fun of yourself for being a boomer that way or a millennial that way. But, you know, you don't go and like put on yellow tights or whatever. Anyways, Cajun Cope versus Pac and Claudio, 4 1/4 stars. Maya versus Shida, 2 1/4 star. Double chain match, 2 3/4. Fletcher versus Bandito, 5 stars. Young Bucks versus Ospreay Moxley, 5 stars. Literally one of the worst tag matches that have ever happened in the history of fucking pro wrestling. He rated that shit 5 stars. Dave's mentally sick in the brain. 6-way ladder, 4.5 stars. Hardly one of the best ladder matches or most memorable ladder matches of all time. It was just a bunch of spots. No heat on anything, just spot, spot, spot. Then the buy-in was like a 20-minute 6-man trios match, and he gave it 3 1/4 stars. 2 matches rated 5 stars, 7 matches with 4 stars or above for Dave. So in Dave's mind, redemption, which everybody was like, even the AEW sickos were like, dude, this pay-per-view sucked. And in Dave's mind, it was the greatest show I've ever seen, Bryan, of all time, Bryan.
He had Cuervo with him the whole time, too.
So let's get Dave talking about redemption. And he did have one critique. Before we get to that, though, he kind of puts over Kevin Knight and he goes, clearly there are people who can be put in this spot versus Kenny Omega. And, that would be stronger for the night, like, John Moxley, Okada, Andrade, or Fletcher. Except, it's like, I think the strategy is clear that Tony Khan, sees something in Kevin Knight and will sacrifice pay-per-view buys to give Kevin Knight that tag. So it doesn't give him the tag of being a pay-per-view main eventer. That's not how you do it. This isn't how you do it. So Dave proving he's a phony. He doesn't know anything about wrestling. And anybody who knows anything about wrestling knows that it's not just throwing him in the match in the main event is what makes him a main eventer whatsoever. He needs to learn like how to wrestle still in NXT. He needs to learn the basics still, as it was shown in that match. And Dave going, he'll sacrifice buys. And perhaps AEW's track record for the year will be such that buys won't be down much. AEW hasn't been under 135,000 buys since they started on HBO Max. I don't know, buddy.
Liar!
I don't think you're telling the truth about that. So, shout out Kevin Knight, though. I'm not trying to shit on him, but like he needs an NXT to just take it to the next level as far as character work, basics, fundamentals. Like, don't plug your ear and then think you still have a headlock locked in. You just make Kenny, your world champion, not only look like a bitch, but look super fucking stupid in the process. But Dave did have one criticism, and it was the drill spot. But this is still a match that he rated, like 4 3/4 4.5 stars or something. But the drill he loves. And then at Grand Slam Mexico, we saw, what's his name? Mark Davis, who's like known for wrestling. Like he's a wrestler, bruv. And he's wrestling bruv. And they're in a street fight. And he's like doing the Moxley stabbings and shit. Like all these wrestlers are lazy. They're bums. They're getting washed. Even Fletcher just looked tired of doing the same fake phony punches. Go and watch that match with Mike Bailey from Dynamite. Dave is going to glaze it in a bit. It's the greatest match I've ever seen. Fletcher just looked burnt out. He just looked, go back and watch. He's just like sticking his hand, fake, telegraphing in the air. so that Mike Bailey can do his little kick your fist, flip under your fist, duck under. It looked so phony and bad, and Dave's like, oh, they're the greatest. I could just watch the wrestle all day, man. It's crazy, man. And there's just two sections of fandom right now in wrestling where, you know, people don't care about heat. And it's not a lot of people. It's just the AEW fans. Like, even the TNA fans, let's say they cross over and watch AEW too. If they're more diehard TNA, it's because they care about heat and shit like that. MLW's creating more drama than just bangers and shit. So you had Mark Davis, like a banger guy, stabbing people in the head in Minecraft. In fake, phony professional wrestling YouTube. Right? So here we go. Dave did critique this drill spot, and I'm with him here.
I thought it was a great match.
So here's the problem, though. Like, I would play a bass Dave flute, but I can't because
Liar!
He's a liar.
Tell us what you know, you goddamn liar!
The problem with Dave is he goes, I think it was a great match, but the drill spot's one of the fucking, you can't do that because that means death. Then how is that a great match? So Dave will do this, right? He'll rate Okada versus Takeshita 4 3/4 stars, even though Takeshita or Okada accidentally strikes, I don't know how many times I can say the goddamn stab word here in Minecraft on this fake video game wrestling YouTube, okay? But, you know, you get the fucking, the screwdriver to the head spot from Takeshita or Okada, and it's right in front of the ref. And then Dave in his newspaper will just, like, omit that part. And he just goes, besides the finish, a tremendous match. No, dude, the finish just ruined everything because the ref saw it and made everybody look stupid. So it's the same thing with the drill. You're just making everybody look stupid. You ruined everything they did. But Dave just goes, nah, but, you know, the glass part. So when Jericho pulled out barbed wire glass, which is fucking stupid to begin with, and then he hit him with the opposite side, the cardboard side of the back of the picture frame of the barbed wire glass. To Dave, he goes 4 star. It was a great match. That's great. That's great wrestling. He's lost the plot, man.
I thought it was a great match, but boy, did I not like this match.
What the fuck? It was a great match, but boy, I didn't like it. So then it wasn't great. So then you're a phony. And Dave thinks this means he's being objective as well. No, because things I don't like, I can still admit are great. No, dipshit. No. That's not how you come to a general consensus, right? So if the majority of people go, that was fucking stupid and this match was fucking stupid, then being objective would be like, okay, even if I enjoyed it, this was fucking dumb and bad. No, well, they're good at fake punching each other, though. What are we talking about?
Oh, many ways. I mean, I hate.
Like, how is it great? But I don't know. I can't get over that. Dave's just such a phony fuck.
The drill. I hate the blood in this type of a match. I mean, it's a match they were going to do, and it got over and all that. But man, I do not like this style of. I do not like this style of wrestling at all.
Then didn't he rate it like 4 fucking stars? We just read it. Plus 4 stars.
Works for some people. It works in AEW. It was only one match on the show.
It works in AEW. Are you sure about that?
Are you sure about that?
Are you sure that's not why shit isn't going in the right direction trends-wise, other than the ones you invent in your head?
The best guy's Tony Khan.
So that was good. If there were 5, I would really dislike it more. But, I mean, nothing against those guys. They worked hard and good. But it's like there's certain things. Like when you bring in a drill, it's like, to me, that's like, all right, you so past the point of, and I don't want to use the term believability, but it's just like,
no, it's past. So he goes, I don't want to use believability. Be honest, Dave. Quit sweeping. It is unbelievable to do that, and not in the good way. So, like, why can't he just be honest about that? That's what makes it shitty. I don't want to say it's not believable. Like, it's believable. You could drill someone's head, but it doesn't go in their skull. And if this happened, this would be like a fucking grotesque. Like, if someone did this in real life, this would be like a Perez Hilton level fucking holy fuck. That just happened. And do you guys hear about that on the news? Some guy just maimed someone with a drill. Like, it'd be fucking international headlines, Dave. Like, it's not believable.
Yeah, but there's a big difference here.
A drill.
He used it.
Yeah,
that was a finish. Like, it's one thing if you bring in a gun, because no one's going to shoot the other guy with the gun.
But a drill.
But, they brought a drill in and they used it.
Oh, but it's so stupid.
Hey, it's like a sledgehammer. It's stupid, but they use it.
I'm not a fan of sledgehammers. Whenever Triple H used a sledgehammer, I was always like, this is so stupid. Because it's like, if you actually hit the guy over the head with a sledgehammer, his head's going to split in two, and it's going to kill the guy.
Yes, bro. If you actually did any of the shit in wrestling, except for here's the thing, the phony little flippy doodahs that you like that Will Ospreay does, that you think is the best wrestling, actually kills the guys and put them in fucking wheelchairs and brain damages them and fucking hurts their necks and make their arms go numb. Check out my guy Alfred Konowa at Pro Wrestling Bits on YouTube, his channel. He has a video about all of Dave's 5-star merchants and how they're all fucked up.
It's like,
and that's the phoniest shit. So what do you care, Dave? How do I hate that? No, you fucking don't. You don't get it, Dave. When people see drills or they see some of the shit that fucking Mike Bailey and Ospreay do, no offense to these guys, they go, that is so fucking cheesy and lame. Now, there's some people who like that shit, for sure. And I enjoy flippy wrestling, too. I enjoy really physical wrestling, too. But it can't all be that, or it takes away some of the fucking special magic behind it. When you have people drilling in the head, exploding barbed wire super boots, barbed wire glass, fishbowl drownings, needles where they just put the needle in the cheek, then squirt the juice out, which doesn't even make sense. And you do all of these things, man, it's just, we're past the point of no return now. And you can't defend this stuff and go, I don't want to say it's not believable, but here's why it's so unbelievable that this happened and how stupid I think it is. But I'm still going to try and defend it. And then you try and equate a drill to a sledgehammer. Like, come on, man.
I'm not really into stuff that if it was real, you would die. And the drill is going to I mean, it's just like, there's no fantasy of anything with a drill. It just, I hated it. I hated it completely.
Oh, really, Dave? Have you seen Faces of Death?
Learn, baby, learn. Meltzer Inferno.
Just kidding. I think that shit's cringe. But yeah, Dave just likes move corn. You know what I'm saying? He doesn't like, I guess, the death match style, even though his ratings would tell you otherwise. So Dave Meltzer had somewhat of a criticism, but again, it's just a sweeping criticism. Like he's not actually being critical. He makes up excuses and he talks about how long of a show Redemption was. And it's so funny because Tone's like, I'm going to start an hour earlier. Then he just went an hour later. He fucking hates the fans, or he wouldn't align with Dave.
Oh my God, it's the greatest thing I've ever seen.
And he's just a little prick.
It was a long show.
10 matches on the main show.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. He actually at the press conference said that he booked less matches.
Look how dead behind the eyes Dave is. Yeah. Mm-hmm. He's like a fucking backrooms monster. He's like a Captain Clark. He's like Pirate Clark brained, dude. I'm telling you.
He actually at the press conference said that he booked less matches. But he was talking about, for those of you that actually watched the pre-show, he booked more matches on the pay-per-view.
Yeah, he actually booked 11 instead of 13 or 14, which is the usual.
Look, dude, the way he says it, like that's actually the usual normal thing that happens in pro wrestling. Okay, Captain Dave, he's fucking shark-brained, man.
Sure.
He's fucking Captain Clark maxing here.
So yeah, he did book less matches.
No, but on the pay-per-view.
The pay-per-view.
This was more matches.
Yeah,
Yes.
but it was
Chat, get your fucking async hazmats on because this guy's tripping out, man.
for the night. It was shorter.
I know,
mean,
but most people are not watching the pre-show. I think most people
He's got nothing but white, mushy shit in his brain.
watch the pay-per-view.
Well, the thing also is that he started it a half hour later as far as the pre-show went because he was doing a lot of interviews and pre-thing and and everything like that. I mean, they only had one match on the pre-show, which was the trios title match. So
just went like 20 minutes and Dave's trying to get over. Well, they just had like pre-thing. They just did like pre-thing. The fuck you talking about?
it was. I mean, it was still a long show, without a doubt. No, it's always going to be. I mean, I think that's just the deal. It's always going to be a long show, and it was. But
and see, like this is accepting of the slop. Like WWE fans go, dude, we want more than just 5 matches. I think the sweet spot's like 6 or 7 matches. I think that's the sweet spot for like a PLE. So WWE listens and adjusts. Now we're fighting to get less ads and stuff like that. Of course. I don't know if that's going to fucking change, but WWE listens. Tone is not listening. And Dave just goes, oh, well, it is what it is, Bryan. Eating up the slop, piggy. Eat up the slop. Just take it and love it because even if there's no heat, even if there's no time and attention, even if the people in the building are forced to fucking, scurry around trying to get home at 1:30 a.m. on the East Coast or whatever the fuck, it doesn't matter. Just eat up your slop and that's the way it's going to be. I mean, well, is that the best thing, Dave? Like, isn't that what your job is? Is to critique and like give Tone advice? I'm pretty sure if you're not legally, technically hired to do that, that's what you guys text about and shit. And you've admitted to pushing for things on the pay-per-views. Freudian slip, stooging. You've admitted to having private meetings with Tone where you guys talk about Ellison and shit like this. So the fans, again, and Dave does the whataboutism. That's why I just go to that, because you just defeat these people with their own shit. Okay? So Dave loves to go, well, what about WWE? Okay, so you look at WWE, look at the fan base. We've been saying, 6, 7 matches. 6, 7 matches, right? That's so cringe whenever I do that. And they listened. They're starting to listen to that. Even for NXT PLEs. Well, NXT, I always feel like always typically had about 6 matches per PLE. Maybe I'm off. Maybe you can point to one that didn't, but I feel like theirs have always been, you can get through some of those matches a little quicker, right? Main roster guys, you want to give them a lot of time to cook when you're like Roman and Seth and shit. But I digress. In AEW, even their fans are like, less matches, maybe a couple less matches, hey? Tone doesn't listen to any of that. So when Dave's like, WWE's deathly afraid to listen to social media. But like they're not. They just say, hey, yeah, we don't listen to that shit. And then they do listen to what the fans want. A lot of the time. Look at our truth. They listen to what the fans want. Meanwhile, Tone pretends like, I listen to what the fans want. But he really isn't. Unless it's just what he wants anyways. And so Dave is just like, yep, whatever. It's going to be long. Okay, Piggy, eat up your slop.
And it's always going to be a show filled with good matches, and it was.
It's always going to be a show filled with good matches. Bro, the sickos were even saying that this card was boring and not good. And so Dave's just like, I mean, it's all good matches in my opinion, so that means it's good, and that means the whole world should accept it's good, and if you don't, you need to read and learn. And that's what it's going to be. It's just going to be long, good matches. And I'm just going to lie about the pay-per-view buys.
I'd say this was one of the best pay-per-views. In fact, I would say 2 matches were bad. One was very bad.
My world match wasn't good. Yeah.
That's the one you came up with?
Wait, what match?
Look at the shock on Bry's face. Oh no. Bry's like, whoa, Dave. The disgust on his face. That's the one? And it's because Dave... I don't like, it's not my position to be like, I don't think he likes black women or whatever. I don't want to pull that card, but like, Remember when Dave was criticizing the UK crowd in WWE? He's like, well, you know, they're mostly new fans. They are mostly there for entrances. It's mostly women. It's mostly minorities, and it's like, whoa, dude. And he's saying all that because the crowd wasn't as lively as other UK shows typically. Meanwhile, like the World Cup was on, and they like worked out a deal to air a World Cup match after the one fucking show they did there and stuff. And it's like, whoa, Dave, what are you trying to say? Then he can't rate Monet Maya World. And then he just singles out Maya World Sheeta, which again, the problem with that match is no one knows really why the fuck Sheeta's bad. And no offense to Sheeta, but she's been on the shelf so long that she is not prime like she was. I'm sorry, and I'm a big Sheeta fan, but whatever, there's like something missing there. The last 4 years, she just like fell out of love. No, I don't want to say that. She probably loves wrestling, but you know what I'm saying? Like she just fell out of her prime. Right? And then Maya World's on the come up, and they're just sticking her in these like high profile for AEW matches. Shout her out. She's doing the damn thing. She hasn't had that breakout performance yet. I agree. She's kind of green and shit, but they're trying to build a star. I give them props for that. Trying to build an original, a homegrown. I'm always going to give them props for that. But it's like he just jumps to that match immediately instead of the chain 4-way tag match stinker that got Jay White hurt again. Goddamn near put him on the shelf again after he came back after how long of a layoff? 2 years or however long it was? And Bryan can't believe it. He's disgusted. He's like, Dave, you're fucking delusional, and why is that the match? It's not even like Maya and Sheeta had like a shit match. I don't know, man. The Bucks and Mox and Ospreay was one of the worst matches, tag matches I've ever seen personally in my life. That's my opinion, though. Maybe you disagree. We can go over and I can break down why it's horseshit if you guys want another time. So there was a couple stinkers on here. My mind, when I go, yo, this pay-per-view is kind of ass, I don't immediately go to the Maya World match either. I'm actually with Tryon Bryan on this one.
You think it was
the chain match.
Yeah, there you go. Bry's right. It's the chain match.
The Maya World match is the one running away with worst match.
Oh, my God. What were they?
Oh, my God. Running away with it. According to who? In your opinion, Dave? It's running away with it. According to who? To your opinion. But you speak of your opinion as if it's matter of fact. Crazy,
match
dude.
Wasn't much either. No, the Maya World match is the one running away with worst match.
Oh, my God. What were they
running
watching?
away? Doubles down on running away. Dave, the only thing running away are the hair follicles from the top of your skull.
Dave is so bad. Dave is the devil. Oh.
It was horrible. Dude, Jay White almost got killed because they tripped on the fucking chain.
Yeah,
they were getting wrapped up in the chain.
They were getting wrapped up in the chain a lot.
Tangled up. They were like, crowd was dead. Guy almost got killed. Oh my God. That was the one. That's got my vote for worst match. That was horrible.
Yeah.
Dave, man, he's just unhinged, bro. He's actually unhinged. Oh, man. So here is Dave talking more about redemption here. Yeah, so I don't want to go too far. Here's Dave talking about redemption with his side piece, Garrett, who's just like, So now Dave can speak more freely. Again, Bry is like the wife. Don't put your feet up on the table. Can you take the trash out? Can you fucking ba? And Dave hates that. He does not want to be challenged. And Garrett's like, yeah, you're right, Daddy Dave. He just makes him feel good about himself. He's running away with it. The Maya World match stunk. You're right, Dave. So here's what Dave had to say about this card.
From a business standpoint, I mean, I think this show is a tough sell, but they haven't had a bad pay-per-view number in a long time.
Yeah.
So I don't know that this...
Prove it. Prove that. Liar.
This would be a bad one. I mean, when I look at the card itself, like it's one of those things where I look at the card and I go, it doesn't scream giant box office to me.
Then how could any of the matches be 5 stars? Part of your 5-star has to be the magnitude of the match. I think most people would agree on that. and maybe I'm lying, I don't know, but if we polled as many people in the IWC as possible, I bet you magnitude of the match, like is a title on the line? Is there heat going into this thing? There's 60 people in a fucking gym, or is it like on a huge, there's like 20,000 people there? That all should factor into like star rating, in my opinion.
But at the same time, it does scream, this is going to be a hell of a show. You got all these different varieties of matches. They're all going to end up being good, and several.
But how do you know
great.
That?
So it's kind of like
they're all going to end up being good, and several are great. So this was Dave selling redemption before it even went down. Again, we haven't done DMDMW in a couple weeks. This is him selling it before it even went down. Oh, it's going to be great.
That weird thing. It's not like all out where it's going to be both. You're going to get a great card, and it's going to do big business. Like this one is like.
You don't know all out's
we
going
don't
to
know
do
what the
big
business will be. It might even be below average. But come the day of the show when we're watching the show, it's a series of matches that are, not necessarily all the best built up. A lot of them came at the last minute.
So here's the problem, Dave. None of the matches are ever built up. So if it's always just great matches, then why would even the pay-per-view sales fluctuate? If poor people don't like AEW and only the rich, high IQs like AEW.
Poor people don't like AEW.
Which Dave tried to lie and say somebody paraphrased what he said when he said poor people don't like AEW. Then why is it on my soundboard with you saying it, bitch? You're a phony fraud who lies to himself and other people. So why would it matter if it's always just these are always going to be great matches and the AEW fans are rich and they just love great matches, and you admit that the story's not really there, and then the little bit of time they do pepper some story and Dave goes, it's the greatest stories ever being told. Why would there ever be a shift in pay-per-views? And remember when Dave tried to explain, well, it's groups of 4 people who take turns buying pay-per-views. Remember he tried to explain that, of how AEW keeps doing great pay-per-view sales? It's just lies. And we're going to show you how the Observer's looking at SummerSlam Google Trends now. Didn't pull up one for redemption. I wonder why not.
But they are great matches. A lot of them. But
you don't know
Fletcher
that.
And Bandito,
you don't know it's great matches yet. You haven't seen the card. Remember, this is before the event even went down.
If there's any doubt about that match, that tag team match when they were in together kind of takes that away. They're going to be spectacular.
You don't know that, and they were the shits. The Bucks were the shits.
Bucks with Moxley and Ospreay.
Listen to Dave selling redemption.
Tag team match of the year.
It could be tag team match of the year, so you want to tune in. Don't miss. He was literally selling the pay-per-view before it went down. Dave literally needs to be investigated.
So, and then you got a double dog collar, so you're gonna get that.
And a double dog collar, you're gonna get that. Was the worst slop ever. Oh, you're gonna get a double dog. It's gonna be great. And then he goes on to go, well, Maya World fucking sucked balls, and so did the dog collar, which Dave would say was a good match if unanimously everyone, including the sickos, weren't like, that match was fucking stupid and bad.
Got a ladder match, which, we're getting, back to those, too many ladder match thing, but, but it's there.
Too much,
and,
the ladder match thing.
There's
not too much with the ladder match thing. And Dave is trying to put this over, even though it's like there's no heat. How do you sell the ladder match? Well, they'll do a bunch of cool moves. How do you sell the tag match? Well, they'll do a bunch of cool moves. How do you sell the fucking Bandito Fletcher? Well, the moves they do, Brian. Or Garrett, I guess.
On the show,
it's terrible. And the ladder match was one of the worst I've ever seen, too. And I'm going to rank it that because, the spots were cool and shit, some of them, but it was just spot. There's zero heat. And they didn't build up the spots well. They just went into them. And the only good built-up spot was the fucking final one where Bayley goes to get the title, and they nearly botched that too because they lost the crowd. The crowd was peak. Then Bayley went into spot, set up his flippy knee drop, and then went and got the thing. And the crowd popped, thank fuck, but they almost lost him. by him doing the extra spot. So that was terrible. Like, it was just a bad pay-per-view, Dave. And so Dave Meltzer, again, he was selling this pay-per-view for tone. Look at this long-ass written-up fucking essay this buddy wrote. He goes, any AEW pay-per-view lasting under 3 hours and 40 minutes would be a step backwards based on the quality of the shows and today's trends. Dave, you don't know today's trends. Today's trends indicate that what you're saying is wrong. The quality, according to who? To you? According to Cage Match? According to bottom of the barrel sickos who operate 8 to 100 accounts each? There's a reason they can pull $50 shows out monthly at a time when people are more and more resistant to spending. Dave, they're getting illegally streamed, and you don't know the numbers. And I know you don't know the numbers, and you don't have good estimates because your math's all fucked up and wacky. You genuinely believe, or you're lying, or you're a crazy person, that Dynamite does more than Netflix viewership, and you don't understand what views is. You don't understand what retention rate is because you can't even retain your fucking hair. And you say they routinely, pull $50 shows, but you don't know that. You can't prove that because nobody has the max numbers. You sure shit aren't getting Amazon's numbers. Maybe you have a source with the Triller and the wrestling side of things numbers, but I doubt it. I fucking doubt it, knowing you. And then you say you get the most bang for your buck. Dave, the expression is bang for your buck. Maybe study and learn the English language before you talk shit.
Baby, learn Meltzer Inferno.
With the longer than 4-hour shows, we've seen increases in purchases, not decreases. Prove it, Dave.
Are you sure about that?
Prove it, because we don't believe you. We're not buying it. Get it? I don't think you need to go over 4 hours regularly. Well, why wouldn't you think that if it results in more buys? But All In and one or two others are probably better off that way. Its appeal is the opposite of WWE. And WWE isn't selling shows at $50 anymore. Yeah, that's right, buddy. They're selling Netflix subscriptions and ESPN subscriptions and $40,000, $20,000 tickets, $2,000 tickets, $700 meet and greets. That's what they're selling, bud. They're selling merch hand over fist. They're fucking selling themselves, from the big spenders like the NFL and fucking all the big streamers, and they're selling themselves to the Saudis and they're selling all that, buddy. This is the opposite of WWE. Exactly. So you're admitting it. The appeal is the opposite, right? To a smaller, confined group of people. A niche of a niche of a niche. Or a niche. However the fuck you pronounce it, doesn't matter. God damn it. Its appeal is the opposite of WWE. Exactly. So stop trying to be WWE. Stop trying to be the establishment. Stop trying to say you're beating Raw. Because when you're doing that, you're trying to make the appeal, hey, we're like WWE. Don't they get this too? All these people are so fucking stupid. When you try to say, well, we're beating Raw and we're the next big streamer and we'll be available in more homes and we'll and we sold this many tickets and da-da-da. So you're trying to be the establishment, so you're trying to be WWE. But I thought that was the bad thing to do. I thought you were trying to be different than that. But you guys want your thing to be establishment, and you keep coping and seething about it not being establishment, when I thought the allure of it and the appeal, according to Dave, is that it's anti-establishment. Because WWE is the establishment. So what are we talking about? Also, you should, always give, your main event optimum time, no matter what. Dave, shut up. Don't tell people how to book. Tone's a better booker than you, and he is possibly the worst booker of all time. As that's the match, people pay to say. If business was falling with longer shows, you can adapt later because nothing is forever. Dave's trying to give business advice now. Well, when everything starts fucking up, just then change things up. Don't be proactive and preventative. Just let it all go to shit and then try and prevent it, and then I'll sweep for you and lie in my shit rag magazine that nobody can prove anything I'm fucking saying is ever true. So I responded to this, and I went, what quality? Today's trends indicate the opposite of everything Dave says about AEW. So again, social media plays. So, oh man, their pay-per-views are doing so good and they're beating Raw weekly. Okay, then why aren't there 1 million views on the Omega Osprey confrontation? Less than 200K views if you combine their short views and their fucking main long-form video views. What the fuck is happening? Lash Legends fucking eyelash could fall off. That's going to get 1 million views. So, like, that's the trends, Dave. That's what matters. Like, things like that, you don't understand that even. You're stuck in 1989. I don't know. And then I go, people are more resistant to spending. Dave invents fake pay-per-view buys and is the only source, claiming groups of 4 to 5 people rotate who buy each pay-per-view or some bullshit. So why would anyone believe this? The saying is bang for your buck. If the appeal is opposite to WWE and WWE doesn't sell $50 shows, but more people watch WWE, then why the fuck would you do that in the first place? Why would you do that in the first place? And you're pirating. Or not Dave, but the sickos are mostly pirating. Most people are pirating pay-per-views. This is why UFC, the guy, Dana White, the guy everyone went, he'll never give up pay-per-views. Gave up pay-per-views. That's how you make billions of dollars. Because what you think is trending, Dave, is not. Right? Do you want millions of more viewers, or do you want to just keep selling $50 shows once a month to 100,000 people? And then everything else is just costing you so much fucking money. Or do you want billions of dollars to pay for that over $100 million roster that's only increasing when they bring in the New Day? And they just brought in the Motor City and all this shit. What do you want? What is the smarter business move? I wrote, you shouldn't ever give advice on booking anything. Dave is clearly trying to help sell Paramount on AEW in his mind, and the dummies he grifts off of repeat the shit and is causing Bryan Alvarez mental duress. Like, I'm seriously concerned for trying Bry. Okay? And listen to the mental duress. We'll actually go back to that. We'll go back to this at the end because Bry's going through it like defending Dave now. And then he had to start glazing AEW a bit more because he clearly got a phone call or something like that. So here is Dave talking more about redemption and how the feedback he got, again, he's got anybody critical of AEW or him blocked. And he's just speaking to uber sickos like this J-Cup guy who just invents shit. And the Roverts and the fucking Bixen Spans and the fucking... Like, that's his circle, the Elbows and shit. These are the people that Dave interacts with and takes seriously and responds to. And who he has listened to this guy on his sources and stuff. Dave's full of shit. And this is the feedback he got on Redemption.
The reaction that I got to the pay-per-view was so different. It's funny because it is like Twitter isn't the real world. Because like Twitter, it's like this was like the worst show ever and all this. And it's like the reaction I got is like very, very favorable. I mean, it probably was the weakest show of the year, which only speaks of how great the shows this year have been. But I mean, can you imagine 7 years ago? I mean, there were legit 4 or 5 matches that would blow away anything on any pay-per-view we would get, maybe one pay-per-view a year from WWE on this one show. I mean, granted, it wasn't all 11. I mean, there were 2 that weren't particularly great. The other 9 ranged from real good to outstanding. I think now, I mean, do you need like 11 of 11? Because that's, I mean, they've come.
I'm trying to let the clip play for a minute because, I'm spending a lot of time on a lot of these, but like fucking Dave, man, he's
close
unhinged.
To that on other shows. But I don't know. I mean, I haven't seen any numbers or anything like that. The, live attendance was not particularly great for a AEW pay-per-view, just over 7,000, although it was trending in that direction. I thought they would get a little bit higher, but the reality is Montreal is a French.
Now he's gonna blame Montreal. Montreal's a French market, so a bunch of Canadian legends like Jericho and Edge and Christian and them are on the show, and then Mike Bailey, who's a French Canadian, who's from there. So you're admitting none of them are draws, they suck, and now French Canadian people suck, and those that fan base sucks or whatever. It's always like they're minorities, they're women, they're French. What the fuck, Dave?
Montreal is a French market, and it's a very unique market, and they went in there without a very unique marketing strategy. And, I mean, sending Mike Bailey around when he didn't even know what match he had. And he wasn't in a major match on the show. I mean, he was.
So Tone's a shitty booker. He booked this like shit, Brian, and it had no good promotion. Why the fuck can't you just say that, Dave? People would respect you more if you did that
on the show.
But you're like invested in the company or something. I know I invented and spread around the fucking 3% rumor, allegedly, in jokes in cartoon kayfabe, because this is
he had a Cuervo with him the whole time too.
But like, fuck, man, I've always maintained that I don't actually believe that. But like, what else are we led to believe? You have points on this shit, dude. You own 1% or something. Like what?
It was a great match, but it wasn't like it was a major match.
It was a great match, but it wasn't like it was a major match. So now he's just repeating Tone. Everything's great.
Best guys,
great.
Tony Khan.
It's great. That's great. It's great. He just repeats Tone now. Everything's great. It was a great match, but it wasn't a major match. What the fuck, man? He's just looping, bro. He's losing it. And so here's Dave now. Well, let's go to the bottom here. Dave is going to talk about how the storytelling in AEW is just through the roof, unreal. It's the best fucking storytelling ever. And Dave Meltzer just continues to completely glaze AEW in an unhinged way. So, okay, yeah, this is the clip I wanted to go to. So, Dave Meltzer. Oh, yeah, these were some of the ratings again, just like Uemura versus ZSJ, 5 stars. Suri versus Natsupoi, 5 stars. Newman versus ZSJ, 4 3/4. So Zack Sabre Jr. is the greatest of all time, right? Dorada Templario. Dorada Neon versus Hermanos Chavez, both 4.5, 4 3/4. Brodito Protocada. Like, if you're AEW or CMLL or Nuge, he's just rating you insanely high. And Dave comes across insanely high with takes like this. So he talks about here Kenny Omega and Will Ospreay and how they're telling a very complex story, Brian. And it's like the least complex story ever. Literally, Ospreay won a tournament. So he gets the shot at the title. Kenny beat MJF. They're friends, but they're going to fight. Because Ospreay is fucking around with Moxley. The Moxley story with Ospreay is more complex than anything Kenny and Ospreay are doing. Right? But Dave wants to sit there and pretend like we're all high Q rich people, Bryan. And so if you don't like this story, it's because you're just a dumb fuck who doesn't study and learn and doesn't understand. And can't understand. It's just like the wrestling. It's high level, complex wrestling. No, it's not. It lacks psychology. And same with these stories. There's no beats to this story. There's no anything good in these fucking stories. It's the most straightforward shit possible. A buddy won a tournament. Now you're trying to add more extra stuff to that? It's fucking dumb. And do you know what I called out for being dumb? The Rhodes Punk shit too. How they're all friends and we're watching the same shit. You got to be able to call it out, Dave. And has he ever sat there and gone, the Bloodline story's very complex, and with the Rhodes and Triple H and the Rock involvement, they're adjusting on the fly, and boy, are they knocking it out of the park. No, he just doom and gloomed it. There's turmoil, there's heat, there's a power struggle. I mean, this story, he wasn't going, it's a very complex story, Bryan. It's the easiest story there could ever be. Buddy wins a tournament, other buddy wins the title, they fight each other in the main event of Wrestle of All In, right? Buddy wins the Rumble, Buddy is the champ. Boom. WrestleMania. Now, yes, you can add beats to that and increase the fucking heat and what goes into that. But the reason WWE have it set up like that is because you can bank on that. Rumble winner, world champion, who's he going to pick? Box office. From there, the heat's already built in because of all of these things. So they're smart about it, right? And that was the whole point of Buddy wins a tournament. That's what at least Tone hoped for. It's not this complex thing. Just like the Rumble. It's not a complex thing. But Dave can't admit that.
The one thing with the Omega Ospreay thing is they are not making the story simple. It's like if you want very simplistic wrestling, very, very easy stories and everything like that, you are not getting it with this thing. They are going very, very complex, whether it's good or bad.
Explain it. Explain what's complex and explain the nuances about this, Dave. And if you can't, you're a phony.
It's on what you want.
And that's what I spend time doing. I try to break down the nuances, and I go, this is shit because it's just surface level. They're just banking on, Rhodes and Punk are over. The most interesting shit and the most heat, if you think about it, is between Sammy and some of these guys. I'm the first to call that shit out. But yet I'm called an e-drone grifter. So what are you, a fucking wub bot grifter?
Out of your stories. But, I thought Will's promo, Will was fantastic. And Omega was too. And it's, Omega is playing the role that he should be playing, which is he's not an overt bad guy, but he is the heel because Will has to be the babyface because they're in London and the challenger.
That doesn't matter. You don't have to be. So Dave invents these fake rules. Like, no, you don't have to be the babyface just because they're in London.
On the big show of the year, if you do babyface, the challenger is the babyface and the champion plays subtle heel. And, but yeah, it was.
And Ospreay is the heel in this. It's not complex. It's actually convoluted and it's bad booking. What you had was Ospreay, who you're building up as the white meat. He's the new face of the company, and he's finally going to achieve. And then you had the asshole, MJF, who's a piece of shit cocksucker that everybody wants to see get beat up. And he's on a reign of terror, and he's defended a bunch of times, survived a bunch of guys, survived very physical matches with Darby and shit, and then Will Ospreay conquers him. That's more complex than this. This is convoluted and stupid because we can't even define who the heroes and the villains are. And yes, I call WWE out for the tweener shit all the time too.
It was very much a couple of years back when they did, I think it was their first match at the Tokyo Dome. And
complex doesn't always mean good either. It doesn't mean it's good because a story's complex. That doesn't always mean good. Some movies fuck up by trying to go too complex with the story, and then they fuck up the movie.
they did the big promos back and forth. And I don't know if this reached that level, because that was actually some of the best stuff that Omega and Ospreay have ever done.
Now, remind you, the best stuff Omega and Ospreay ever done on the show that beats Raw every week in the TV ratings, or in America, according to Meltzer, got less than 200,000 views across the short and the long form version of the promos.
But this was pretty damn close, and maybe Ospreay was even in some ways better. I don't know, but man, they were on fire. Willow was on fire. So yeah, a lot of good stuff on the show.
Crazy. So we move along here. I mean, that's just mental. It's just completely ill. So now Bryan on the post-redemption Dynamite, Bryan's here fucking glazing. Okay, now this is because Bryan has been going off and well, let's circle back to Bry, actually. Let's do this. So who has been doing better promos lately? Dave debates between Bruv and Omega. Who's doing better promos? Is it Roman and Seth? Actually, no, fuck that, because we have a couple comparing WWE to AEW clips. Sorry, I'm all over the place, guys, but here's what went down. So Meltzer said, what, post this, and he's getting these DMs. And this guy says, I'm watching Bryan and Vinny on Twitch. Bryan is savaging this show. And Bryan just told his social media guy not to include his burial of the chain tag match, so to edit it out, or don't clip that, because he doesn't want people to think all he does is bury AEW. Now, whether this means the chain and tag matches that both sucked or just the chain tag, but don't clip me hating on this. I don't want people to think all I do is bury AEW. That's what Bry did. Exposed for fraudulence, lying in the press. Lock him up. Lock these guys up, okay? And so Bryan's been stooging a bit. And he revealed this. So Dynamite Dave defends AEW so much that people in AEW have asked Bryan Alvarez if Dave helps Tony book.
Yeah.
And this is what I'm telling you, man.
Tony Khan.
You'd be surprised at the wrestlers. Take a guess where any of them work. You can make it up in your head. How many of them are appreciative that people destroy Dave fucking Meltzer? People like myself. I've been personally thanked. And you have wrestlers asking Bryan, and Bryan is just confirming what everybody thinks here, dude. Based Bryan flute. They're asking him, is Dave booking this shit or helping Tone book? Because he protects this shit way too much. Let's take a listen.
So then, I didn't say this on the air last night, but I figured it out in the main event. It's Kenny and Will and Moxley versus Hechicero and Jake Doyle and Brian Cage. And, sometimes Dave and I will get into an argument over Dynamite. And Dave loves to defend Dynamite. And, of course, you get people on the internet going, this guy's got to be booking the show. And I have actually spoken to people in AEW who have asked me, is this guy helping Tony book? And I'm
guys, I mean, whoa.
Justin, we have confirmed that Dave Meltzer fears PWT and flukes.
The best guys, Tony Khan.
And Bry's too puss to say that to Dave. That's crazy. People in AEW asking Bry, is Dave helping Tony book? Because, like, what's going on? The way he defends this shit. What's going on with some of these booking ideas? So is that the best booker? Now think about, you're a Meltzer sycophant. You think he's legit and you're standing AEW. This is like Russo booking TNA. They should start chanting, "Fire Meltzer." Next AEW show I go to, I'm going to start
He
that
had
chant.
Cuervo with him the whole time, too.
Fire Meltzer. That's crazy. If Bry's telling the truth about that, which I believe he is, that's insane that he's saying it. Now, you can say I'm full of shit when I've said it. Hey, man, I've been thanked for doing this shit by wrestlers. And I say this too, sickos, I need y'all to know, AEW wrestlers fucking hate you like more than I do, some of them. I'm willing to bet. I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe I'm lying. I don't know. Ask Bry, though. Ask Tryin' Flyin' Bryan. Because according to him, and we know he fucking AEW wrestlers pick up the phone and just call him on airplanes and shit. I don't know about if on airplanes, but maybe when they land, assuming they're all in airplane mode, right? According to Bry, man, he's got the inside scoops, and the wrestlers there just fucking pick up the phone and call him. And people are asking him, does Dave help Tone book? Yes! Yes, Bry, you know the answer to this. You call him on the phone. Tony calls Dave on the phone. Dave has admitted, I pushed for them not to do this thing. What do you mean you pushed for them not to do this thing? He's sitting there literally actively shilling and trying to like sell Paramount and the Twitter sphere on AEW, given breakdowns that he hopes Paramount people will read and take seriously about why AEW makes sense more than UFC. And they're all sitting there like, if they even see that, going, what the fuck? Is this guy dumb?
The only reason I know about this is because I know about it.
Like, is this guy fucking, is he slow? What's going on? And so don't take your boy Phil Marks' words for it, okay? I've only been saying this for a long while now. But when Bryan's saying this shit, whoa, buddy, it's over. Like, it's done. And Bry realized that, and so he's actually been glazing AEW again. He clearly got a talking to. Let's continue with this clip. I'm going to back it up a little bit.
I have actually spoken to people in AEW who have asked me, is this guy helping Tony book? And I'm like, no, he's not. But anyway, you know how you know that Dave is not booking AEW? Because the CMLL guy did the job in this match. CMLL World Champion Hechicero did the job here.
And Persephone, CMLL Women's Champion, doing jobs.
And that tells you what you need to know there. But anyway, like nobody.
Why, Brian? What are you saying? Well,
thought Hechicero, Jake Doyle, and Brian Cage were going to win.
Well, if Dave was booking it, then CMLL guys wouldn't need pins. Yeah, they would. Because Dave's a fucking moron. And he literally has said that doesn't matter, Brian. He said that to you in arguments. That's the intro to the show. Where Brian's like, you should care, Dave. And Dave's like, no, just give him a quick match. Let people know, and it just nothing else matters, Brian. So again, Bry's trying to like cover for Dave. No, dude, say it to his face. And he won't say that to Dave's face because Dave would just start bumblefucking, well, Brian, I do talk to Tom, but he would like admit it,
But the story of the match was, how are Kenny, Will, and Moxley going to get along or not get along?
And who gives a fuck? Because Moxley's not in that title match, so who cares how they all get along? It's a very complex story. That's a dumb fucking story. That's a dumb story. So here's Bry now. Okay? And he goes, this was the best. Or not, sorry, Bry's like, this was the best post-pay-per-view Dynamite I've ever seen of all time. So then literally immediately after this, a few days after what we just listened to, he's just glazing the fuck out of Dynamite. Clearly got a talking to by Dave and Tone.
I think this was the greatest post-pay-per-view Dynamite they might have ever done. Because...
Well, the two interview segments were good. And actually, the wrestling
was great.
The wrestling was really good too. Yeah.
It was a great show overall. I thought.
I will say one thing though.
The wrestling was good. Fucking say something else. The wrestling is good in MLW. Say something else other than Paul Walter Hauser.
From a rating standpoint, every time they go over 2 hours and 15 minutes, they cost themselves. People will watch an overrun, but this was 35-minute overrun.
34 minutes they went over.
Yeah. And the thing is, the best part of the show was the end of the show, and that should have opened the show, really, because that was it doesn't matter.
So none of it matters. Listen, but to Dave and Bry, 30-minute promos should open the show like WWE because it's so good, and the drama is what we want. The drama's so good. The promo battle's so good. So do a 35-minute opener to Dynamite. But if that's WWE, you guys cry about it and go, it's boring, and we want actual wrestling on our wrestling show. And that's who you cater to, and that's who AEW's catering to. And I love how whenever Edge and Christian have a match with Cesaro and Pac, people love it. Even sickos are like, this is great. Or Kenny and Ospreay do a 37-minute fucking promo battle. Or the Bang Bang Gang make their entrance, and it's very WWE. It's like one of the only unique entrances in AEW that isn't just a guy walking to the ring. There's actually production value behind it, and it's instantly identifiable, and you're like, fuck yeah, I want to take part in that. And it gives you the sports entertainment value. Everybody loves it across the board. Everyone's like, man, their entrance is so cold. So when they do drama and entertainment and WWE type shit, not even copying WWE, but just like in that direction, sports entertainment and drama and storytelling, that's the best stuff. And they should do 30-minute promo battles to open the show. Okay.
It doesn't matter if it's the best or the worst. The thing is, that was the most important. I mean, the segment, if the segment that was going to sell the most tickets on this show was the Ospreay Omega interplay. And they put it at a time where I don't want to say the least number of people.
So Tone's a bad booker. Can you say that, Dave? And I don't want to say the least amount of people. No, we know from the quarter hours it's the least amount of people. And not only that, you just said it was the least amount of people 10 seconds ago.
People were going to view it, but I would think that
it almost certainly had the least number of viewers.
It would most likely have the least. I mean,
he always goes, I don't want to say this, but like, I'm just going to say it, but I don't want to say, why don't you want to say it?
There have been times when that hasn't been the case, when you have something special, and maybe this was the something special, but I wouldn't have risked it. Like I said,
Less than 200,000 views on socials.
Opened the show with this thing. Because it was that it's
the trends, Brian.
It's like, yes, you want to put your best stuff towards the end, but this is like the stuff that's selling your tickets to your biggest show of the year.
It's not. The 50% deal is, Dave, if you studied and learned trends, you'd be able to look this up. I've done it multiple times on Google where I have looked up specifically what moved more tickets. The 50% off sale, is that responsible for more tickets being moved, or the announcement of Omega Ospreay? And it is the 50% off deal. Okay.
And you can
just fact check me on that. Do your AI searches, do your Google searches, ask Grok.
Cut out one match and gone 15 over and not gone so long. I mean, the wrestling was real good. Yeah, I mean,
it's not a selling point. The wrestling's good everywhere.
Super compelling. I thought that the Mercedes
super compelling is just like surface level bruv going in, bruv. And bruv, we both fall down, get back up, bruv, and we fall down, get back up, bruv.
Willow's stuff was really, really good. Willow was fantastic. Willow was absolutely fantastic in that segment. And Mercedes had so much heat, I think, mostly because Willow was so fantastic as a babyface that they just didn't even want her out there. And so it made it out like she's the super, super villain out there, after
super villain.
Had gotten,
just say super villain, Dave.
All of that sympathy stuff, and the crowd just freaking loved it. But those were two great, great segments. And yeah, a lot of
great, super, top.
A lot of good wrestling.
And then he just keeps going, good wrestling. That you're the worst reviewer of all time. pound for pound the worst. Just do historical pieces, Dave. You're fucking terrible at this. Why hasn't anybody told you? Why hasn't anybody pulled you aside and made you aware of how fucking bad you are at this shit? So Dave Meltzer believes WWE, okay, we're going to move along actually, because that's comparing WWE to AEW, which we're going to do more of that in a second. But Grand Slam Mexico went down. And Dave Meltzer says this was one of the best AEW shows of all time. Now, obviously, he was going to say this. They did like a 45-minute overrun this time. It was a long one. I don't know if it was 45 minutes, but he goes, this was one of the best AEW shows of all time. Or Bryan Alvarez is saying this. So, again, he got a talking to. The last Dynamite was the best. This was the best. Now, again, this is one of the best Dynamites based on what? Edge falling over on the 619, the Bucks doing the same thing over and over, Fletcher and Bailey Bailey was into it. Bailey was going off, but like Fletcher just looked like he was burnt out and going through the motions. The crowd was white hot. The Davis match with Ospreay was literally people stabbing each other in the head, which Dave said he doesn't like. That type of stuff. So how could this street fight be the best shit he's ever seen? What was really cool, in my opinion, and I watched it back, was Mystico's entrance. It was fucking amazing. And Dave is right. If they booked that correctly in AEW, they could get an El Grande type moment, but the magnitude of the El Grande thing still washes. And Dave's like, they do that for Mystico all the time. And that's fine. But they're in Arena Mexico, bro. He's there wrestling every week. He's their superhero. That's great, but let's see it take it. Why don't the AEW fans give a fuck? The MLW fans, I've pointed this out, they go way crazier for Mystico than the AEW fans do. Why doesn't Tone book him better? So we see this reflected in the American audience. You don't. Meanwhile, Dom's heat translates everywhere, except for in America a little bit. We'll talk about that more on Saturday. I heard some allegedlys about something going on with AAA and everything, and not a spoiler. Some tumultuous backstage stuff possibly happening a little bit there between AAA and WWE and the booking of some of the talent, but we'll talk about that another day. Dave Meltzer, of course he was going to love this. Of course this is going to be the greatest show of all time, but Bryan agrees. So the last two Dynamites, these are the best shows ever, Dave. Meanwhile, last week's ratings, like the show they were glazing to death, their ratings, it lost to NXT. The best stuff they ever did couldn't even get 200,000 fucking views on the promo that was on the overrun. So again, the lowest ratings they admit and they concede would be during the overrun. And the longer AEW does an overrun, the longer or the less viewers are tuning in to see that. But Dynamite beats Raw in the US into the millions. So then where's all the views on the YouTube videos of the promo that all of the people that are beating Raw in the US ratings would have fucking missed because they don't watch the overrun? Do you guys understand that logic I'm laying out? Nobody points this shit out. It's your boy Phil. Where are the fucking people who didn't see the overrun, who then, they're just not showing up? So it's 200,000 people globally showing up to watch the YouTube clip of the greatest work of Kenny and Ospreay of all time promo battle, where the millions, over 1 million, allegedly, according to Dave, watching fucking Dynamite, they all didn't see it because it happened during the overrun, which he admits would be the lowest rated shit. Where's the views online? This is how you know it's just fake, bro. It's just entirely fucking fake. So I'm glad he loved this Grand Slam. It was just the same shit with a hotter crowd. And when we were watching it, I said, hey, guys, whatever they do, like this would be a card where Tone just throw a bunch of matches at the wall. Trios, 8-mans. Why? Well, because you're in Mexico. So they eat that shit up. And not in a fucking bad way. They like the drama and shit too, but the CMLL fans, they like more traditional lucha, which means a lot of the rule book goes out the window. and they like the fucking trios 8-man people flipping around. Like, that's right up their alley. So this is where I give Tone a pass. Like, yes, this is the show where you don't need a lot of heat. Just kind of throw some fucking exciting matches out there, quote unquote. And you can get away with that. And that's called being a good booker. If you don't do that every week. And when you're in fucking Cleveland and Moxley can't sell fucking 1,500 tickets, you're not just doing the same thing there too. Do you know what I mean? So I'm glad Dave enjoyed this. I'm not even going to shit on this show because I think this is where you get away with doing this, but I will shit on it in that if you really just look at AEW, like in a vacuum, this show's fine. If you want to look objectively at AEW, everyone's looping. I think some of these guys are getting burnt out. I think Persephone's not being booked that well, as well as she could be. I think Commander has been called a jobber and is literally a jobber, like he's just a glorified jobber. And it does a disservice to the people that he takes to the limit every fucking time. I think that the Bucks are just looping, doing the same shit. And I think Mystico's entrance was great. But again, you muddy it up by sticking him with Jarrett. Maybe not so much because you're in Mexico. I'm just saying, like, if we're looking at AEW in its totality, if you're watching it week in, week out, you know, and let me put this out there too. This shit didn't sell out in Arena Mexico. It was not a sellout, which I believe that the CMLL people in charge there, I believe they work Dave Meltzer, and that's why they put him on camera and they put him over, because he's dumb and they just go, yeah, we sold out. Even though they own the building, it's not technically a sellout, and I'm not even hating on them for this. Because they pack that bitch every single week, multiple shows a week and shit. That's true. But what do they classify a sellout versus, like, for surely not every show, every seat is filled. But then Dave goes, sellout, 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 sellout. And he reports that. So they love him, right? Again, the AEW team up, and someone can fact check me on this, please do. I think they sold less tickets than they normally do. Now, some people might go, oh, come on now, Phil, that's not very fair. Because they charged more for these tickets, because it's AEW. Because it's a healthy AEW, Eric? Oh, come on now, that's not very fair, Eric. To say the tickets cost more. But the problem is that if AEW is so fucking hot all over the world, like people are pretending it is, and in the Americas, whoa, wouldn't they fucking still sell it out because it's an attraction? Like the Raw in Mexico, is that not going to sell out? That's going to go crazy, bro. So why can't they hit like 10,000 people like the AEW? The point I'm making is the AEW brand, just like we saw at Wrestle Kingdom Night 2 or whatever the fuck, where it was AEW versus Nuge, they drew less people. Just like the New Japan Strong shows, they don't really team up with AEW other than Takeshita and maybe one or two other guys who were in Nuge before. They don't really team up with them to help sell tickets. Why? Because the AEW brand doesn't help any other brands move tickets. And I know I'm taking a while to get to this clip because they're going to glaze this show, and I don't even really want to hate on this show. But this is the problem when people go, oh, yeah, in Saudi Arabia WrestleMania weekend, Tone should run a big show in America. Where? How? Who's he going to team up with? When he teams up with 3 other feds to put on Forbidden Door, he sells less tickets than when he just does Double or Nothing with MJF fucking headlining. So how is he going to do that? Who's he going to team up with? MLW and fucking GCW present fucking All In Weekend? Like, how is he going to do that? When he teams up with CMLL for super shows, it doesn't draw more than CMLL does regularly. Now, provided the tickets were more expensive, I give them that. And they did like barely 6,000 people. I don't even think they crossed 6,000, which good for AEW, but they had to go to Mexico to do that. Meanwhile, when Raw goes there, they will over double 6,000 people if the building can hold it. Okay. So let's listen to Dave and Bryan just tongue kissing. And also remember, Bry has been going hard and exposing AEW, so he's been bootlicking AEW the last couple of weeks.
This was one of the best AEW shows of all time.
I mean, I thought the show was really, really good.
Of course you did.
I will tell you without any doubt that the shows I saw were better, a lot better.
So Dave, because he was there, he goes, without any doubt, the shows I saw were better than this. It was a sellout, Brian, and the ones I was personally at. Remember when he was at that Dynamite? He goes, oh, man, fucking Fletcher versus whoever the fuck is the greatest match I've ever seen live in San Jose.
God, it's the greatest thing I've ever seen.
You're talking your CMLL shows?
The shows I went to, just regular spot shows, regular shows 3 weeks ago.
Regular spot shows are better than this Dynamite. Why? Because Dave was there. So if he was there, and this is how dumb Dave is, right? He goes, oh, you can't grade a live match compared to a TV match. Okay, but Dave, most of the matches you've seen have been on TV or tape. For most of the ratings, the vast majority of the ratings you've handed out are shit you've watched not in person. So all the matches you saw in person, do we need to go back and review those with the stars? And do they even rate the same way? Or are you just marking out, clapping like a fucking seal because it's some of the greatest shit you think you've ever seen because you were there in person?
Yeah. They were better shows. The wrestling was, I mean, it's like, it really hit me watching it, how great the CMLL guys are at live crowd wrestling. They are unbelievable. Like these guys, and I mean, I'm not going to say like
live crowd wrestling. Dave, it's all live crowd wrestling. Unless it's a cinematic match, in which case you still have a crowd. If three's a crowd, you got a crowd of people there giving input and telling you if it's good or shite. But unless it's fucking COVID, all wrestling is live crowd wrestling. So he's just admitting the indie fucking mentality of AEW as well. Like, dude, I've said this a billion times. I'll go to my local indie this weekend. There'll be 45 people there. I'll be drunk and I'll be screaming my head off, loving every minute of guys going through tables and shit and doing poison ranas who look like they've never lifted a weight in their fucking lives. That doesn't mean it's like the best live crowd wrestling in the fucking world, dude. That makes no sense. The best live crowd wrestling is The Rock versus Hulk Hogan, WrestleMania 18. John Cena versus AJ Styles. You know what the best live crowd wrestling is? If this is even a term, because Dave makes up rest hold. He's a gimmick talker. 5 stars. Right? So live crowd wrestlers. Okay, do you know what the best is? When the crowd starts going 619 and then Cena goes, he sets up the 619, then goes, clothesline me. And then and then he's about to hit it, and the crowd's like, ah, and then he fucking AJ Styles, or who is he wrestling now? AJ Styles clotheslines him. But then the crowd is still like, holy fuck, that was awesome, because it's listening to the live crowd, but keep being sensible about what you can do, unlike Edge. And then the Bucks, who just try to fucking, Cena comes out with kids, they come out with kids. Oh, I have a great idea. You know, Cena went to hit the 619, but he didn't actually hit it. Let's do a double 619. And then Edge just wipes out like a fucking idiot. So that's the best live crowd wrestling, not just doing spot. So fucking people are like, oh, people 10 cervezas deep are just like, la, 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 la. But of course in Mexico, they do like that shit more. But again, as I pointed out, AEW does this in front of every crowd.
Bailey and Kyle Fletcher, that match was unreal. But up and down, it's like they're better at live crowd wrestling. They're at a different level. They never... You know, like they're just better. It's crazy watching them going like, this is really good and it's really fun. And I never really hit me just like how much better those CMLL guys up and down the card are at work.
Imagine your tone and you're cucked out worshiping this fucking bum, this washed up has-been bum on his message board, and you call this guy on the phone, like not for any reason, not for an interview, you're just calling him. He shows up at your show, you're giving him private meetings where you're talking about the Ellisons and shit in front of his cronies and shit like this. And furthermore, he had a private meeting with just Dave before he called the rest of the fucking Morlocks into his office for a second private meeting with the Observer staff, right? And you're already accused of shilling, and Dave admits that he fucking pushes for things. And everybody knows you're just like working for Dave, essentially. And imagine Dave comes in and goes, yeah, all the CMLL guys wash the fucking, they're just way better than all of these guys at live crowd wrestling, whatever that means. But yet he rates all your shit 5 stars. So how out of whack is Dave's taste? And imagine how you should feel if you were a normal human being and you weren't a fucking robot, Tone. What the hell, dude? Like, Dave is just so bad and toxic for your company. You need to publicly denounce him.
Working a live crowd and doing, the flow. The flow that works perfectly with the live crowd and everything. But yeah, no, it was I think this was a better show than the Grand Slam last year, which was an awesome show. I mean, Tony loaded it up. I mean, number one, it's like 2 hours and 43 minutes, and he loaded it up.
52 minutes.
Is that what it was?
Yeah.
Man, what a long show. But he loaded up the difference, I think, this year is, aside from Kenny Omega.
It's so funny, too, because anybody can load up a bunch of matches on a card, and anybody with half a brain can go, okay, Fletcher and Bailey, you guys go. Like, anybody can just make a match between two people. They're just missing the crucial why.
I think everybody wanted to be on this show. Like the first time, I mean, now, like Arena Mexico, because of everything that's happened in the last 2 years, it's like this thing, it's like the destination on your bucket list. Like Adam Copeland's bucket list, he finally got to work Arena Mexico. 5 years ago, it was on nobody's bucket list, right? And now it's on everybody's bucket list, and all these guys wanted to be there. Frickin' Jeff Jarrett got on the show. He wasn't on the TV version, but he was on the Ring of Honor show.
Oh my God. So they taped a Ring of Honor show, and Jeff Jarrett, who just had a Dark Side of the Ring, 3 episodes long, where Tone weaseled his way in the end to go, well, it is Dark Side of the Ring. And he's such an abnormal Elon Musk, Zuckerberg, billionaire, silver spoon motherfucker that he's such a fucking weirdo. They had to trim down the amount of time, like he's on it for a millisecond. And that's all they could use because he just comes across so unnatural. And Tone sticks Jeff Jarrett. Everybody's they're still talking about the TNA Dark Side more than some of these other episodes. And Tone sticks him on the ROH taped dark match show that might be on YouTube. Holy fuck, man. Tone is the worst booker of all time.
The best guys, Tony Khan.
Worked Mexico for years, but he'd never worked Arena Mexico, and he was all excited. And all of these guys, you could just see when they would come out.
Because they're finally working somewhere with 6K people, Dave. They're finally working with people in the crowd.
The other night when frickin' Hyan came out, on Tuesday night, she had this smile on her face like, oh my God, I'm at Arena Mexico.
Yeah, because no, it's not even Arena Mexico. It's because it's the first time in Hyan's career that she wasn't in a fucking studio with fake fans painted on the wall in Ring of Honor, or in a fucking building where the entire hard cam side isn't empty.
And
it's the first time she went out there, and it was more than fucking 2,000 people.
And the crowds are so great. They had a packed house. The
packed house. No, it wasn't a sellout, Dave.
Go entrance, the Adam Copeland entrance, the Will Ospreay entrance.
So now entrances matter. Oh, they're just mostly there for entrances. So that's a criticism levied against WWE fans. But their entrances are so great. What are we doing, man?
Adam
So
Page.
it's good when they do it. It's good when AEW does WWE shit. Good for them. Brava, brava. Make them chant pay-per-view tone. But when Triple H is like, yeah, here's the gate. You guys are a part of one of the biggest gates in WWE history. Thank you for making this what it is. We're global now and shit. Disgusting promotional tactic of the year, Brian.
Entrance, the match quality, man. A lot of memorable stuff on this show.
Zero memorable anything. The most memorable thing is if you've never seen Mystico's entrance, then that was memorable. The most memorable thing, and I'm not joking, was Edge falling on the 619. That's all I remember. And then Persephone running off after her match now. But it's because Bayley and Fletcher do the same thing every fucking match. Not memorable. The Bucks do the same thing every match. Mystico's whatever. Fletcher, not Fletcher. Davis and Ospreay did the stabbing stuff. I don't even care to watch that. It's garbage. Nothing was memorable, bro. Dave's just coping. And so here's him just glazing the fuck out of Fletcher and Bayley.
Kyle Fletcher Mike Bailey match was incredible. It's the best match on the show.
This match was pretty. These guys are incredible together. They're Kyle Fletcher is like he's it. He's it, and Mike Bailey is like, he's like another commander. I mean, it's just like you wind him up, and he's gonna every friggin' night he's gonna give you a great match, entertaining match. He's never gonna probably be the world champion, but
Who's never gonna be the world champion? Mike Bailey? How do you know, and why would you say this, Dave? Like, what a piece of shit.
Great match, entertaining match.
You guys are gonna see too. He buries Eddie Kingston to try and prove a point to Brian.
Going to probably be the world champion.
Not in this clip. I think in the next one.
What a great worker and great opponent. I mean, and for Kyle Fletcher, he's like, man, yeah, those guys, I could watch them wrestle forever.
Well, the match was
he's just a slop move. He just likes move porn. Jingle keys in front of the baby. Could watch it forever.
Incredible, but there was the human toll as Fletcher lawn darted him into the barricade, which did not move at all. Looked like he'd killed the guy. Then Bailey kicked Fletcher right in the mouth, and Fletcher just like stopped. It was like a robot that somebody turned off for about 5 seconds, and then he kind of got back into it and was messing with his teeth afterwards. Hopefully he didn't lose a tooth. Then we had the
he did that move off the steps and hit the steps.
Yeah, we had the middle rope reverse Frankensteiner that Kyle took on his head.
The steps and the middle rope reverse Frankensteiner, and he kicked him in the face.
And by
what? What about like the spot where holy shit, and then when he did this and out of nowhere you didn't see this because the fucking, where's the drama and the anticipation? It's just like, here's some crazy fucking moves they did. Okay.
The way the Arena Mexico ring, which does not move at all, there's no give whatsoever. And then in the end, he gave the guy the top rope brainbuster, and man, compressed this guy's spine right there in the buckle.
God.
So he compressing spines, and Dave's like, I want to watch this forever. Have I not been saying this for years, chat? Have I not been saying this for years? Tone. Just hold an event in your backyard, have two guys wrestle till one of them dies, just a never-ending till the death match, literally, till someone just collapses and breaks their neck for real. Bring the Observer there. Film it, upload it to YouTube, sell it on a pay-per-view, and have Dave glaze it to death. Because that's what they want. Bry's sitting here talking about he hit himself on the stairs. He did a reverse Frankensteiner on a hard mat that doesn't budge and spiked his brain on the fucking mat. Then he got fucking brain busted on the buckle, and it was like a shoot, and he Fletcher, I'm begging you, dog. You have an incredibly bright future in the World Wrestling Federation. You need to just slow it down and start grabbing headlocks and shit. And here's the thing too, Fletcher, go back and watch, I promise you, when he's throwing like punch, clothesline, and it's Bailey's like block, duck under, hit. Look how lazy or like burnt out and tired Fletcher's doing it. And look how phony it looks. And Fletcher's really good, but I think he's getting burnt. Like, how many times are you just going to go out there do the exact same fucking thing over and over and over? There's no payoff, and other than, I guess, Fletcher's making a shitload of money right now, but, like, you're going to end your career early, dude. You're going to need neck fusion like bruv. You don't need to do that for Dave and Tone. It's not worth it. You have the size, the look, you can talk. You got to get the fuck out of there. Just slow it down. And if they stop glazing you, it'll expose. Just slow it down, start grabbing headlocks, doing fucking, slow it down, go top guy speed. Really sell your ass off. Tell whoever you're in the ring with to sell their ass off. But the problem is then I got to wrestle Bandito. And then Bandito, and I like Bandito, but he's like, we got to go a million miles. You ready to go out there and just steal the show and tear it down? Every match, it's like, holy fuck, man. Tell a story. Tell a story, man. Someone's career is going to end again. And we've seen it with Danielson. Danielson's fine, and he's in WWE, and he miraculously comes back, and he's able to fucking work and help get people over. He goes to AEW, all of a sudden metal rods in the wrist. His brain's fucked up. The doctor tells him he shouldn't go out there and wrestle anymore. Then he goes out there and does a suicide dive wearing a Blue Panther mask to the outside of the ring. Then they have to stick him on commentary. Then he's so fucked up he can't even do commentary. He's in so much pain and his head's all wonky and shit. He can't even do commentary. Poor Adam Cole, whose career fucking died there. And he's not even a Meltzer star merchant. He's a super kick merchant, but look at some of these guys, man. Look at Ospreay, neck fusion or whatever the fuck. Look at Kenny. Banged up, beat up. Look at Shibata. Look at Ibushi, whose fucking legs just fall off. That's what he said. My legs just like come apart when I fucking, from walking, he blows his legs out. This is what Dave wants of you, Fletcher. Now, how many people avoid being the next, draws? How many people have narrowly avoided it? How many people can do all the crazy flips before it goes wrong for someone on a fucking show? And do you want it to be you? And at what cost? For Meltzer stars? Well, Tone will give me 7 figures, bruv. Okay. You already signed the contract. Just start throwing people in headlocks, man. And fuck all this Mark shit. I seriously
just in, we have confirmed that Dave Meltzer fears PWT and flutes.
I feel so bad. And I'm scared legitimately one of these guys. And like Mike Bailey's cool and all that. He's been doing these flippy kicks and shit for a while. But again, he never got so much praise. He was already doing these same fucking matches, like with Ospreay and TNA and shit. But Dave is just praising him now. And he's the new AEW 5-star merchant, but he'll never be world champion. But boy, he'll go out there and just risk it all for my stars. How discouraging is that, Dave, to say that about him? You're a piece of shit.
Yeah, they tried to kill each other, but they had a hell of a match doing it.
Yeah. I don't know. That's the flip side of Kyle Fletcher is I just feel like a lot of the stuff that he does, that he takes and gives,
half of this was
then
Bailey.
Stop rewarding it. Stop rewarding it, Dave. Stop saying how great and amazing it was. And start calling shit out for being unnecessary and too much sometimes. Now it's wrestling. It's physical by nature. You're going to make the choice in there. Do I get dumped on my head? Do I fucking take this? But guys like Mox should know better. Remember when Mox dumped Fletcher on his head, on his neck? They should know better, man.
Fuck.
I know.
Bailey's the one that kicked him right in the face. And then
Bailey, when he did that moonsault where he landed on the steps, those are freaking steps of concrete. You know what I mean? It's like, that's like, there were a couple times when I was cringing in this one.
But you could watch them do that all day, Dave said. I was cringing, but I'll watch them do it all fucking day. That's unhinged. that's sadistic. That's fucking insane, dude.
But
I don't know what else to say.
Like,
you're a monster. You're a shark-brained, soulless, dead behind the eyes monster.
awesome match. Absolutely.
Holy fuck, man.
Kyle Fletcher.
Man, that's just insanity when Dave does shit like that. So at some point here, Dave Meltzer actually trashes Eddie Kingston in honor of defending Tone's booking. So not only did he just trash the entire AEW roster in favor of CMLL's roster and booking, but he trashes Eddie Kingston now, essentially, and says Eddie Kingston is washed. And the GOAT, Meltzer Said What, posted this, shout him out. Everybody go and give Meltzer Said What a follow. So Bryan mentions that Eddie Kingston has returned for the CC Cup, the Continental Classic Cup, or whatever the fuck. Dave then has a meltdown because he says Eddie has been in ROH and fans should read. Literally, Dave goes, fans should read. His propaganda shit rag riddled with spelling errors, riddled with sentences that start and then magically stop, riddled with no punctuation, riddled with fucking poor grammar, riddled with 14 sentence paragraphs, sentences with fucking 8 commas in them, and where he omits and embellishes the truth. So Dave omits things, again, like the screwdriver stabbing in front of the fucking referee. He just doesn't even say that happened. And he embellishes the truth. So Dave goes, read, and then Kingston's back in ROH. And Bryan is like, that's nice. Fans want him in AEW. And then Dynamite Dave starts dissing Eddie Kingston in order to protect Tony Khan because he is the best guy. This is a clip from the Observer, and let's listen here.
Finley, Jack Perry, Claudio Castagnoli, Orange Cassidy, Ace Austin, Jake Doyle, and Eddie Kingston. So Eddie Kingston has returned. That's newsworthy.
He's been around.
And immediately Dave is on the defensive. Immediately when Bryan goes, so Eddie Kingston's returned there, Dave. He's been around, Bryan, immediately, because he knows that that's a valid criticism. So he projects, he gets fucking defensive, and then he starts deflecting. And now he's going to trash Kingston and say Kingston's washed.
Newsworthy.
He's been around. He's
not on AEW television. He has not been on AEW television.
Yeah, but he's been on ROH on almost every show.
What does that matter? The fuck does that matter?
Yes, but fans have been asking for months, where is Eddie Kingston? Because he's not been on AEW television.
He's on ROH television. If they read, they would know.
I know that, but Dave,
they would know. So I view wrestling. I watch it. I don't read your shit rag that's fallen off that you're doing 2-year-long 75% discounts on, Dave. So now it's the fans' problem because they don't read your fucking lies that you can't even take the time to fucking edit properly. And if they read, they'd know Kingston was on ROH instead of the booker booked him properly and promoted. The promoter promoted him and promoted ROH. ROH is an AEW, dumb fuck. Well, it is because the same owner, Brian. What a terrible business owner. So if Tone bought WWE when he put a bid in 2023, everyone who watched Raw still should be watching AEW and reading your shit rag to know when Will Ospreay just shows up on fucking Raw. What are you talking about, Unk?
But Dave, I think the problem is people want him on AEW television. They don't want him on Ring of Honor.
And they don't want Kingston on AEW television.
They want to know why he's not on AEW television.
Because they have cards and they focus on the guys on the cards and he's not on the cards and there's...
Oh my God, because they have cards and he's not on the cards. And so if he's not on the cards, but then he's on this card, So Tone's a terrible booker. So there's no planning, there's no formatting, there's no producing.
Guys on the cards, and he's not on the cards. And is he going to make the cards better? You want to add another match to these pay-per-views?
No, we just want shit that's booked good. And how about take some of the guys who are on all the cards and then fucking put them on in the tournament instead? Dave, listen to how he just deflects, dances around, comes up with some bullshit, tries to flip it back on Bryan, the fans. Well, what, are you all dumb? Everything Tone does is fucking perfect. How dare you question what Tone does?
Television.
Because they have cards and they focus on the guys on the cards, and he's not on the cards. And is he going to make the cards better? You want to add another match to these pay-per-views?
With Eddie Kingston? Yeah.
Really? Have you seen Eddie Kingston wrestle since he came back?
Oh my God. Kingston, you're going to have to do some Muay Thai to
The only
him.
reason I know about this is because I know about it.
You got to hit him with that Muay Thai, dude.
Ryan.
He's trashing you, bro.
Tell me.
He's not as, he came back from a horrible broken leg. He's not mobile.
Well, he's in this
mean,
tournament.
Why is he not mobile? Edge is fucking 100 years old and came back from a broken... No, I'm joking. But Edge came back from a broken leg, and he's older. And there was a severe injury. Not probably even worse than Kingston's. Because he jumped off a fucking cage and snapped his leg or whatever. Maybe it wasn't as bad as Kingston's. I don't know. But why can't he come back? People come back from neck fusion. So you're just saying he's washed and counting him out and he's a schlub on ROH and read my newsletter. But what about this, Bryan? Actually, he's the shits. Just burying Kingston.
Well, he's going to, he'll work hard. People will get behind him and everything. But, there's a reason that, there's a reason.
There's a reason. Because Tone and Dave want to watch people wrestle till they fucking drop and die. And once you're a broken toy, back at Andy's closet, bitch. He forgot about you. Now he's playing with the phones and the tablets. Ooh, shiny new toy who can do the flips that I want to see. Until they break their legs and then bye-bye. Meanwhile, Eddie Kingston's a talker. Meanwhile, maybe if you give him something of substance, he could talk. And fucking work an angle and cut a promo and get people invested and interested in an actual story. Hulk Hogan's hips were all fucked up. He was able to stay on top for a long time and do interesting shit as a babyface and a heel. Why the fuck can Eddie Kingston do that? You just trash him? I'm not even the biggest Eddie Kingston fan.
Him and everything, but there's a reason that there's a reason. But anyway, yeah, he's in the tournament.
And Jay White also in the tournament.
So he just trashed Eddie Kingston. Think about how retarded Dave is, okay? I have to ring the fucking bell. Like, what is going on here, man?
Uh-oh, retard alert! Retard alert, class!
So to defend Kingston being in the AEW tournament, Dave buries Kingston. Oh my God. Like I can't, it's so fucking dumb. It's hard to even, you guys just heard what happened, right? In order to defend Kingston being in an AEW tournament, Dave buries him being in the main AEW picture. Like, do you get what I'm saying? Well, he's in Ring of Honor, so that's why he's in this AEW tournament. Well, why isn't he in AEW shows then? Other than this one that's coming up randomly. Well, he's in Ring of Honor, and he's shitty. That's your defense of why, like, after going, he's pretty much shitty and washed, and there's a reason why he's not on all the main shit. But yeah, Eddie's in this tournament on the main shit. What the fuck are you doing, Dave? Like, it's unhinged, man. It's unhinged, cope, and fucking seethe at any criticism.
You are coping and seething. You just can't accept what you're seeing. Yes, you're coping and seething. The truth it is scalding, and now you are molding and coping so hard. Coping and seething.
Apparently, he was not injured too badly when he got spiked on his head.
He was banged up, but he's supposed to be. He was only supposed to be out for about a week or so. Yeah, so he'll be there.
And that's Jay White. I think they're talking about. He just came back after a layoff is hurt. So again, like, what is Dave doing, bro? Boy, oh boy, oh boy. So we move along here, and Dave does a little bit of coping over the Paramount sale when it comes to AEW. And Dave Meltzer has this to say, responding to this gentleman here who goes, in defense of Dave, would you rather enjoy a night out watching Lucha Libre or have to work on a project you're already behind on? So this is why Dave didn't grade the Maya World Monet match. Now it's just the sickos. See, Dave? These people you cater to, the people you grift off of, they demand that you give them the fucking rating for that Monet match. Nobody else gives a fuck. It's just funny. It's funnier that you didn't grade it because I can just make fun of you forever for not doing it for some reason. And then speculate shit, allegedly, in my opinion, right? About why you don't why you don't rate that match. And so Dave Meltzer goes, the thing I'm behind on is the Paramount sale. Of course you are. Of course you are, Dave, because you don't understand this world. If you don't understand that, you don't have a clue about what is actually news and long-term importance. Yeah, Dave, the Paramount sale is going to have the most long-term importance, but you're behind on that? Dave, the Paramount sale goes beyond, it affects pro wrestling, but it goes way beyond pro wrestling as well. That's why it's such a big deal. You have entertainment fans, casual people who just flip through news on their phone. You scroll Twitter. It's in the algorithm. It trends. It affects sports. It affects movies. It affects TV. It affects our bread and circuses. It affects our pro wrestling. And you are sitting there literally felting yourself going, the thing I'm behind on is the Paramount sale. I'm assuming he means covering the Paramount sale. If you don't care about that, you have no clue what is actually news and long-term importance. Dave, if you had a clue, then you wouldn't be behind on the Paramount sale. It would take precedence over you fucking watching AEW collision matches and grading them so high. Fuck, man. So then Nicolo Piccolo drops this like music video here of him breaking down. He goes, you can hate me now. Dave Meltzer finally admits he is behind on the Paramount sale. He calls it the single most important story of wrestling's future in AEW. He does. He does. Dave has called it, it's the single most important story. Not in this tweet, but we've covered that. It's the most important thing in all of pro wrestling is this Paramount deal. Because it means what's going to happen with fucking AEW. So Dave is hyping it up. But he's behind on covering it and then trying to lecture people here like a cunt about what news actually matters in the long term and what should take precedence. Holy fuck, man. Dave is absolutely cooked. He's so cooked, it's like beyond parody at this point. It's like in one sentence you say one thing, in the next sentence you say another thing that completely contradicts that thing. So here's Nick just like back in a year ago now. A year ago to the day, saying what's going to happen with this fucking, it's inevitable, bet the house. Now, I don't know, like I've doubted, I don't know. I've doubted shit. Like Nick has gone really hard and I've been like, fuck, man, I think AEW, like maybe Paramount would keep it for a year. He's like, that is so fucking stupid. But I try to be fence sitting Phil, optimist Phil a little bit. I'm like, God damn it, man, maybe they keep it on for that year, so it buys them time to just figure out what they're going to sell the chunk they own for it or whatever. But if this thing gets dragged out another year, then we don't know. And I do want to say, like, holy shit, I think that this could make Paramount back down. But then when you see everything they've already paid, I just don't think there's no way. It makes me lean towards no. Paramount is just going to shill all the monies out there because at the end of the day, in 10 years and 20 years and 50 years and 100 years, Batman and Bugs Bunny and shit's going to sell. And if they can do it better than WB was doing the shit on their own, which seemingly the box office doesn't lie, you know, and seemingly someone needs to get Zack Snyder on the phone or something right over there. We got to figure out what to do with Harry Potter so we start making money again, you know? So I'm going to just say Nick has been right about a bunch of the shit. He even called, like, I predict they'll fast track shit, whatever. And he's like, at the latest, it'll be like in September, whatever the fuck he was saying. And then what happened? I don't know if it was the Ellisons or I forget who it was, gave an interview or gave a public statement saying like, yeah, we're hoping by September or whatever, like exactly what Nick said. And then all of a sudden, like a week later, they announced that the DOJ fucking put it through. And then now it's being held up in court. I just think it's everyone stalling the inevitable. I just think it's everybody holding up the inevitable. And I think it's very politically motivated. So whatever. I'm not going to go through this whole fucking video. I'm sure we've read a bunch of these tweets. And again, you might fucking love Niccolo Piccolo's Twitter activity or you may fucking hate it. But what I like to focus on is I don't care about him just going at all of the fucking sickos and shit. When he's going at Dave and when he's fucking breaking down the television side of shit, that's what I'm focused on. And when he's talking wrestlers getting movies and shit, that's what personally what I enjoy. You know, that's the content I enjoy. So again, Dave just getting owned and admitting that he's behind on this shit, but speaks as though he's all the way up on this shit. When he's fucking not. He doesn't know anything about goddamn anything. And then he starts trying to talk business. So again, as it pertains to AEW, this guy here, Mr. Bloodclot, says flutes in the chat. Shout out here, we'll play a flute. You know what I'm saying? Flutes in the chat. And so Dave Meltzer posts this. Mr. Bloodclot. This is pretty fucking base from Mr. Bloodclot. Holy shit, chat. Shout out Mr. Bloodclot. Because he's responding to Dave here and going, poor people generally don't watch AEW in quotations. Which isn't even the right quote. That's not even the real quote. But look at what Dave does. This is how much of a fraud liar Dave Meltzer is. And Mr. Bloodclaw goes, the only reason I know about this is because I know about it. Now, that is the correct quote. Want to know how I know what these quotes are? I know about it, chat, because I know about it.
The only reason I know about this is because of I know about it.
So that's the exact quote that Bloodclot gave. And then Bloodclot goes, poor people generally don't watch AEW. Now, that's not even the quote. It's more specific than that. It's more specific than that. Look at how Dave lies. He goes, well, that was somebody paraphrasing me when I listed the average income per Nielsen of the median viewer of each weekly wrestling television. Dave, nobody's paraphrasing shit. Want to know how I know, Dave?
You know, poor people don't like AEW.
Oh, what was that? One more time?
You know, poor people don't like AEW.
So is that paraphrasing? Nope. It was what you said. So Dave's lying here. That was somebody paraphrasing me when I listed the average income. Shout out Mr. Bloodclot, too, just demolishing Dave. Of the median viewer of each weekly wrestling television show, and also went through the economics of the states AEW was strongest and weakest in. Dave, WWE's strongest in all the states. They go to every state, and it's the strongest, and there's more people buying more expensive tickets. So if AEW goes to a state and they draw 3,000 people compared to WWE's 14,000 people in any state for more expensive tickets, then why would you say poor people don't like AEW? He didn't even say poor people generally don't watch AEW, which is far more fair. He's saying poor people don't like AEW. That's the words he spoke. That's what you said, Dave, on your radio show. You're a liar. You're being exposed so badly, and you just do it to yourself. So Dave goes, amazing how much you can learn from things like that, and people like you just say silly things like this about it. So he's making it up and saying silly things?
You know, poor people don't like AEW.
Or are you fucking exposed? Dave's a fraud, man. I'm dead serious. Like, go to jail. I don't ever want to see you to the gulag with you, dude. Like, this is crazy. And then I just post this gift here. You coping? Because it's just reality. And Dave can't accept reality. And he says this is paraphrasing. No, it's nobody's paraphrasing. And same with the other quote. The only reason I know about this is because I know about it.
The only reason I know about this is because I know about it.
Mental, dude. It's just like somebody who can't help themselves from lying. Just constantly lying and constantly lying and constantly lying. So when it comes to WWE versus AEW, Dave had this to say. WWE did not announce this year's SummerSlam attendance because AEW's beating their numbers. Even though it's cheaper tickets, no site fees, no fucking, maybe a tax break, but just no anything, cheaper tickets, and it's for one night. You're not even doing 40,000. And WWE didn't do 40,000, but it was 2 nights in a row. And Dave thinks it's comparable in any fucking way. Now, shout out AEW, being able to draw 30 to 40,000 for a wrestling show. That's amazing that anybody can do that. And yes, WWE didn't announce the attendance, probably because they're a little ashamed they didn't hit 40,000 each night. Let's just be real about that. But to say, well, AEW's beating them, no, they're not. You're getting ahead of yourself again. And if they do 40,000 one night, great, but it's 40,000 in a 90,000 seater, which is far more embarrassing than 40,000 2 nights in a row in a 60,000 seater. And we're fluffing up for everybody here. WWE, there was comps. They fluff it up a bit. AEW, you know the tickets are cheap as fuck, 50% off, and they're fucking giving them away again, like they do for every All-In. So let's take a listen to Dave's cope.
This is the first time I can ever recall a WWE Stadium show where neither night they announced an attendance. If they were happy, we would have heard an announcement. The fact that we did not hear an announcement tells you that they are very much downplaying it. But it looked good. I mean, they shot it well. You know, it's like they're in a 68,000 seat stadium, so they're well under half full. And
MetLife Stadium Night 2 1 year ago, August 2nd, 2025, 58,186.
For what?
That would have been whatever MetLife Stadium Night 2 was. That'd be SummerSlam, August 2nd, 2025.
Yeah, that's New York.
Yeah.
New York's different from Minneapolis.
It certainly is, but that's 58,000 versus 33,000 as well.
Well, you know, they weren't disappointed last year. They told us the number.
They're not disappointed this year either. Q2, they've made more money, Dave. Have you covered that? Guess what SummerSlam tickets typically are? Here, we'll pull this up again. We've already done it. Tickets distributed for every SummerSlam in history. Let's get a list here. Okay, we're asking Google AI. So SummerSlam 92 in Wembley, 79,000 fans, which I promise you the 81,000 at All In Wembley did not beat that as far as tickets sold, but who knows, like distributed's different than sold, right? So The notable ones. Oh, no. So this is just giving me the all-time ones. I want a historical list in order. Give it to me. Just pull it from Wikipedia. I bet if I went on Wikipedia, it'd be easier than this dumb AI. You can't trust AI, man. Fuck Skynet. Just kidding. So it's loading it up here. Basically, guys, the average. So they did around 20,000, 78,000 for the one. See, it doesn't have like a complete list here. Maybe on the fucking Wikipedia. It doesn't matter. We went over this already on the show. And we went through like the last fucking 10 SummerSlams. And the average is like, some of them do 14,000. Some of them are doing 18,000. 20,000 and above for SummerSlam over the last 2-3 decades. Maybe not 3 decades, I guess. But the last 2 decades, maybe 3 is fucking the norm. So we're just used to the last couple years them doing these gargantuan numbers. But meanwhile, Dave is going to sit there and go, well, AEW's kicking their ass and beating them. The problem is that now, Dave, you need to look at the last few Wembley shows. Now, the reason Bry brings up, oh, last time they did this number, and then Dave's making excuses is because he knows if the next thing you got to bring up to be consistent is, well, look at All-In's last few fucking AEW's last few all-ins in the ticket sales. And Dave doesn't want to do that. Right? So that's why he starts fucking playing defense.
This year they
did not.
They did not tell a number. You know, I think partially is because, you know, I mean, AEW's beating their number. So if you go in there and say, I mean, you could lie, but even a lie number, even if they went and said 40, AEW's probably beating 40. So I think that it's probably like we can't be saying anything. But it was again like I mean I can't recall not even Stadium. I don't think that there's been of late a WWE show that has drawn over 11,000 where they have not announced an attendance figure because they pretty much. Like for the TVs, if you're over 10, they're probably over 10 or 11, they're going to give the number. You know, if you're like 7, obviously they're not. But this was in the 30s and it's SummerSlam and they didn't. So that tells you that.
If it's 7, they're not. When would that ever be the case?
Look, they were, you know, there's a lot of moves that were made. You know, look, they weren't thrilled with the WrestleMania, but that one turned out okay. This turned out.
It turned out okay. It like beat the revenue for the one before. In Q2, Dave, talk about this. And he won't. They made more money. More money.
I guess less than okay, because WrestleMania, at least they announced a number.
Dave's just such a crackpot. So again, Dave Meltzer, he talks about WWE versus AEW. And here's the clip here. And he says, and this is what I hate when the Observer does this. Should WWE and AEW be featuring the women more? Bro, WWE shows are mostly women. It's only recently they started clearly shortening most of the women's matches. And they're bringing back the giants. Maybe they're going old school. Maybe in their minds, they're all like, dude, we need giants and we need less chicks and we need to try and get that audience back. Maybe that's a TKO call. And I'll tell you guys why. UFC's featuring less women's fucking bouts. They are. It's less and less. So I don't know. You can debate amongst yourselves. Is that a good or a bad thing? I don't fucking know. But I'll tell you this much. The women carry the shows, it feels like, for the most part in WWE. And let's say recently they've gotten away from that a little bit. Okay. But for a long while now, you got women. You got every SmackDown is like Rhodes comes out, talks to somebody. Then it's a women's match. And then it's a women's backstage segment. And then it's a fucking, you know, they dominate these shows. So it's not a question of should WWE and AEW be featuring women more. It's a question of should AEW be featuring women more, because that's what the fucking sickos demand. And, you know, that's what some wrestling fans demand, and women can get over, but mostly the sickos are like, we need all of the inclusivity, and you're a racialist if you don't book this, and you're a fucking, you need to book more women. And but they do also defend tone when there's only like 2 women's matches. They don't complain about that. It's only WWE is racialist and should feature women. But really the conversation Dave's trying to have is like, should AEW feature more women? But he doesn't even like women's wrestling. So his answer is going to be no, but
WWE got it a lot on Monday because they had very little women's stuff and no matches.
and
on
look,
the show.
WWE got it a lot because no, they got it from sickos that you follow. That's not a lot of people. It's just your bubble.
Monday, and you know, a lot of complaints. No women.
A lot
women.
of complaints.
You know, I mean, there's a
Nope.
flip side of this.
Nobody cared.
Which is, I looked at like every month, at the end of the month, look at all the YouTube views, which kind of is a good thing of saying like what's over, what's not over.
So Kenny Omega and Ospreay is the least over thing of all time because it can't even get 200,000 views between the short video and the long form video in a week's time. So it ain't shit. So Danhausen could take a shit in a bucket and it would do more views than the Ospreay Kenny Omega thing that Dave was glazing as the best work in their entire careers.
What are people watching in specific? If you don't get quarter hours, it's the best breakdown that you can get. And for both companies.
So then how the fuck? So it's the best. Dave's saying it right here. You got to look at social media. So you agree with Disco Inferno and K100? Or are they shill fraudcasters? Huh, Dave? So you agree with Disco now, all of a sudden? Or is he an old man fraudcasting grifter?
Baby, learn.
Which is it?
Meltzer Inferno.
You got to look at social media. WWE gets more dislikes on videos from actual WWE fans than some of these AEW videos get fucking views. So how on earth could you then go and believe that AEW's beating Raw in the ratings? And isn't the key demo the most important? So TNA recently, this last episode of TNA, did 200,000 less viewers than the week before, but did the same key demo rating as the week before when they had 200,000 plus viewers than they had this week. And it's the same key demo rating that Collision's doing. Where's your breakdown on that? Why aren't we talking about that? Why isn't your tongue wagging and you're going, well, you know, TNA's taking over. It's the beating SmackDown. What's happening, Dave? Why don't you keep the same fucking energy?
I mean, you rarely see anything women related in the top 25. You might see one, you know, every now and then there, you know, Mercedes might make it.
No, she's never number one compared to anything in WWE.
If Rhea Ripley was around, she might make it. Usually low. I mean,
let's just say number one out of all the women. Monet's never that. So don't even say, oh, Monet might be the number one YouTube social media trend. Nope. That's never happened. AEW does not compete. They're not even in the same fucking library, let alone the same page when it comes to online views.
The people who you would expect, you know, on both sides.
Who Dave just said is the most important thing.
In WWE, it's Lesnar and Obafemi, and it's Roman Reigns, and it's Punk, and it's Cody, and it's Seth a little lower, but it's, you know, you can kind of see the stars in the pecking order of what people really care about, and it's not the women. At the top level. I'm not saying they don't care at all, or that they should not book them. I'm not saying that at all. On the AEW side, it's the same thing. But I do think, and we've seen it.
Rhea Ripley gets more YouTube views than Kenny Ospreay.
Several times of late, where you know, actually on Dynamite on Wednesday, and on Collision on Saturday, he had women's matches on last in both cases, and I think that's the thing of trying to, you know, I mean, everyone reacts to complaints. You know, when you hear about,
you don't, you shut people. Yeah, you react to it, but you just spurg out and cope and project onto others and be a condescending prick. You don't take complaints. You don't listen to it. Tone don't listen to that shit. And you sweep for it.
We don't listen. It's like, I will tell you, everyone listens all the time, and they will never sell it, but they do. And
WWE does whole ass women's only pay-per-views, and the women are the focal point of the fucking shows, which is why you hate it so much, Dave. But now you're going to pretend that WWE 1 week, the odd time they feature less women, and then a bunch of tards online that nobody takes serious, where it's one guy operating 18 fucking accounts, cries about it. And you think, oh, next week, WWE, see, they're coping over online because they did more women's matches like they normally do in 2026. You fucking moron.
this is a perfect example. He put those 2 main events on because...
And see, Tone put on 2 women's main events because he's not focused. Like Jericho says, we're not focused on WWE, but people complained about women's wrestling, so here comes Tone. He's going to put on women's wrestling last and do a shit rating. I mean, they did a good rating with the one show where he had the women on last there when they popped a good one, but then they got beat by NXT. So the next
just
week.
felt that it would alleviate complaints.
What would alleviate complaints? And so Dave is like, oh yeah, Tone, like he doesn't like that people go, Tone listens to online sicko fucking weirdos. But then Dave goes, well, WWE listens to online people. Yeah, but it's actual social media casuals, people who only started watching during the Bloodline boom, people who are getting back into wrestling, mainstream sports, real athletes who fucking love WWE. And you see it in that. And there's more sports fans who start to love WWE again. There's more casuals who are into it. And a lot of the people, like all the kids that are in that love WWE into pro wrestling, they're obviously, the majority of them aren't on social media, I'm sure, like tweeting shit out, especially with age verification going on in many places now. It's a larger sample size, and it's WWE fans debating WWE shit. AEW shouldn't be lumped into it. And it's not the same thing as listening to brain-dead fucking sickos who operate bot farms and shit. It's not the same thing, dude. It is absolutely not the same thing listening to people who actually will pay to come to your shows or the people who are illegally pirating all your fucking shit, for the most part, that you lie about. Okay? So Dave again compares WWE to AEW, and he questions who's been doing better promos lately, Ospreay and Omega or Rollins and Roman Reigns. Now, Roman Reigns clears everybody. Seth can be pretty cringe. Omega, Dave's like, this is the best he's ever done. I mean, it's the best he's done, I feel, in AEW thus far with promos because he's being more serious as far as Omega's concerned. But it's super mid, comparably to even like people in NXT and shit. Other people on the AEW roster cut better promos than Omega even. So, and Ospreay is a guy who just like yells, bruv, I just yell and get intense, bruv. And there's like some actors who do that. They think just like yelling is good acting, and it's not. So let's listen to Dave compare this stuff here, and then we'll get into more WWE focused shit and expose this buffoon some more.
With Ospreay and Omega, it was 2 guys who were, just passion. I mean, Kenny's just in the zone, and I think that like Rollins,
he's in my zone,
he's in a
Brian.
zone like that.
Kenny's in my zone,
but he's only 75% there. Okay, when he was talking about like, I mean, I know it's character. I'm the best there's ever been. Blah blah blah. But I think he thinks that like, I really got this thing down, and he's almost there. Mm-hmm. But he's not. He's not like. It's funny when he said that because it was kind of like, the first reactions was like, oh God, do you really believe this? And then I thought, well, he probably has people blowing smoke up his ass, and he probably believes it and thinks that everybody else in the minor leagues. And it's like, I'm watching this, and it's like, as a performer, on the promos, which he doesn't get the credit for, it's like Omega's kind of blowing you away right now. You know, I mean, in that role, you know, and I think it's just because they are.
I'm trying to let it play. It's infuriating me. His shirt is infuriating me. He's dressed like Bert and Ernie combined because he's a fucking Muppet.
They are different. They are not cookie cutter. And I think it's time for different. I think that the Osprey Omega thing, and maybe if I saw like nothing but that over and over and over again, you know, too much of that would be a negative and a same thing. But right now, like I like the real passion that I can believe in from the promos. And I get some of that with WWE, but it's careful. And with AEW, it's just thrown right in your face. And I think that's why that one.
How is it different? It's thrown right in your face. I love it when you're in my zone and you throw it in my face, Brian. Hey, Tony Khan, the best guy. He's always in my zone and he throws it right in my face. I love it all over my face.
The best guy is Tony Khan.
What the fuck are you talking about? Listen.
Right in your face. And I think that.
Right in your face. Whoa, man. What are you talking about? And so, again, Dave Meltzer believes, he goes, I think the reason they didn't announce the SummerSlam attendance is partially because AEW's beating their number. Even if they went and said 40,000, AEW's probably beating 40,000, Brian. Yeah, but for one night, not 2 nights in a row. God damn it. We can't be saying anything. If they were happy, we would have heard an announcement. The fact that we did not hear it. So again, Dave is just coping, making shit up. He doesn't attribute any motive. He doesn't know what he's talking about. Or he does try to attribute motive, but he has no place to fucking do that, is what I'm saying. Now, one of the things Dave Meltzer does here is he talks about WWE, okay, and this is more WWE-focused stuff, is all of a sudden, when it comes to WWE, Dave is now looking at Google Trends, or at least whatever J-Brone he has working at the Observer is now looking up like Google Trends for SummerSlam and shit. So, SummerSlam interest declines. A new analysis claims Google search interest for WWE SummerSlam is down compared to last year, despite YouTube TV expanding access through ESPN Unlimited ahead of the event. So now they're looking up SummerSlam trends. And again, Dave does this for TNA. What? He'll do it for UFC. What? Now he's doing it for WWE. When has he ever done it for AEW?
Oh my God, it's the greatest thing I've ever seen.
Now he doesn't do it for AEW, folks, because he knows that it will expose that he's lying about pay-per-view numbers and shit. Point blank, he doesn't look at Switchblade 97 and the fucking YouTube trends and all of these things. So I don't care that SummerSlam's trending lower. No shit. It had less interest and it sold less tickets and shit. What did Redemption trend compared to the last pay-per-view? What does All In trend year over year? Year over year, some of these pay-per-views are trending 60% less and shit, as we covered on the show. So Dave's just a biased shill. Now he can cop out and go, well, that's whoever works for me, Brian. Fellmarks, whoever works for me, actually. That's who looked up the SummerSlam trend. So he just cherry picks information and data, and in a very fraudulent, snake oily salesman way.
Dave is so bad. Dave is the devil. Oh.
Dave had a lot to say about SummerSlam, and they had differing opinions, he and Bryan did, on the pacing of the Roman Reigns-Seth Rollins match. Now, who cares what either of these chuckle fucks really think? Because neither of them really care about pacing in the fucking first place. They just want to see moves.
I thought the match was great. Unfortunately, and thank God I watched G1 after. If I had watched it before, I'd probably be not praising this match so much, because after watching this match, I watched Gabe Kidd and Hanari, and oh my God. Like, that's a real match of the year candidate. It's like
Gabe Kidd and Hanari. Now, Dave has people who report back to him. Nobody's fallen off harder than Gabe Kidd. That's for one. For two, I heard that match was fucking, yeah, they did some moves, but it was just, there's no real heat behind it. And Gabe Kidd is a fucking wanker now. People don't like him. Like, he's just not over like he was. His aura's all gone because the AEW shit. And so nobody gives a fuck. But Dave always does this where he goes, thank God I watched the G1 and it tickled my G spot after the WWE show because, oh God, it was the greatest thing I ever seen, man. And he always goes, thank God I watched CMLL after the WWE show because fucking the pacing, blah, blah, blah. Dave, there's a reason you watched SummerSlam first, though, bitch. There's a reason
Just in,
why.
we have confirmed that Dave Meltzer fears PWT and flutes.
There's a reason why you fucking watch the WWE shows before you watch any of that shit. Because it's called precedence. WWE takes precedence over all that. You know that. The Paramount deal that you claim is the biggest deal of all time, the biggest thing for wrestling and the biggest fucking story ever. But yet you prioritize random Gabe Kidd matches nobody gives a fuck about, not even in Japan, over writing your Paramount stories or whatever the fuck, because you really don't know what you're talking about. Other than what Niccolo Piccolo's saying. And if this was any other universe, if Niccolo Piccolo was not felting you week in and week out, you would be stealing what his tweets and then repeating them. If he wasn't taking a stand against fucking Tony Khan and Tony didn't already warn you about him, just like Tone fucking got people to reach out to Niccolo Piccolo and go, hey, Tone and this guy fucking want you to stop talking about him or whatever. At Paradigm or whatever, Dave, and you were briefed and went on your message board and said, yeah, nobody talk about him. We're not supposed to talk about him, Brian. If that was the case, you'd be stealing his fucking tweets and reporting it as your own news. If that wasn't the case, rather, in an alternate fucking timeline. Enter the Fluterverse. You'd be stealing his tweets and reporting it as your own journalism.
I was thinking the other one was, close. it's like, it's just they're different. They're different solar.
Yeah, they could have sped it up a little bit.
Yeah, but that's not what they were looking for. They were looking for this.
Dave, I don't care what they were looking for. Like, you don't need to go this slow. I thought the match was excellent as well. And
it's called Top Guy Speed. So why was the match excellent? But you're like, you don't need to go this slow. These guys aren't NXT trainees. So when it's an NXT trainee, you go solid match, but like they could speed it up a little, or you need to get your timing down a little better. You can see the greenness. If it was an excellent match and you thought it was excellent, then shut the fuck up, Bri, because you wrestle Marco Stunt and fucking gyms and are a mark. We're talking Roman Reigns, Seth Rollins, shut up. If it was excellent, it was an excellent match and it's two fucking super over guys and it's Roman Reigns, the fucking guy behind the wrestling boom. They can speed it up. Why? The show ended, you could fit fucking 4 SummerSlam nights into one All In and still make it home earlier. Still catch the fucking train. So shut up.
Really got into it. But you can pick up the pace a little bit.
Yeah.
One of the things in wrestling today is nobody can just find a happy medium.
Yes, this is it. So when you watch the matches before this match and you notice how they went a little faster than this, but they just didn't go RVD versus Jerry Lynn, as Paul Heyman phrases it, and they just didn't fucking dirt max you with moves and just top speed people breaking their necks and getting dropped on their heads multiple times in matches, so you guys can go, wow, that was great. You know how those matches went a little quicker, but they didn't go as slow as this? Yeah, Bri, that's what that is. That's what you're watching.
it's got to be bang, 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 or it's this glacially slow. It's like, it's okay to move a little faster. You can still allow everything to breathe. You can still have a dramatic match.
Don't tell people how to wrestle. And we're going to get into that in a bit. Dave's trying to tell people how to wrestle. Brian, you don't know shit. You're a terrible pro wrestler. There's bonus episodes of Dave Meltzer Dumb Moment of the Week on patreon.com/ProWrestleTimes. A saga I've created is watching Brian's old matches, and I go through his wrestling history and give a backstory and watch one of his matches and him marking out for himself on the fucking indies and like literally doing play-by-play of like his own match, marking out for himself. And he's legitimately one of the worst pro wrestlers of all time.
But like
I've ever seen.
We don't need 2 minutes of standing there before we lock up.
Yeah.
That's a long-ass time.
And he's 3 inches taller than Brad Williams.
Well, that's the Roman Reigns. That's Roman Reigns. And
That's all nice. He can speed it up a little bit.
That's what people want from Roman Reigns. That's the
I
thing.
think the people would be happy if he went 20% faster. I think they would be okay with it.
And now I appreciate Dave going like, well, that's what people want from Roman Reigns, but you know he's not saying that in the way, and that's why WWE works so well, because selling, Brian, selling is what works. That's not where he's coming from. So people will go, you idiot, he's defending Roman. No, but not for the reason that you think. Because he's not sitting there going, this is what works. This is what sells, Brian. Selling. Selling is called selling. He's saying that because Bry's like, they can speed it up because this is shitty and it would be even better. And they just accept whatever and they're stupid. Like, that's how Dave is. I mean, that's what these dumb, poor people want because.
Poor people don't like AEW.
So they like what? WWE? That's why Dave's defending Roman in that. He's not even defending Roman. He's going like, well, that's what they want. They just eat up the slop, the slow slop.
I heard no complaints about this match.
Well, you're hearing one right now.
Okay, I mean,
and actually, if you look around, you'll hear a lot of others as well.
You know, not from the majority, because I mean, I got a lot of emails, and
have you gotten on our board from our subscribers? Our subscribers, Dave. These are not morons.
No, they are the dumbest fucking dumb fucks that you guys grift money out of every fucking month to do anti-news, to read that. Oh my God. There are subscribers. They're not morons. Brian, have you read Dave's writing? Have you read Dave's writing? If you read that shit and go, no, it's worth the money, man. I'm sorry,
There's
bro.
a guy that has papers everywhere in this room.
You're fucking brain fried. You're cooked, bro. You're elbow putting cereal in a paper bowl and eating it with a metal spoon. Level of fucking tardiness. Okay? If you can read Dave's slop and go, our subscribers aren't stupid. You mean the people who melt down on the message board? Remember that guy the other week who was melting down on the fucking message board, being like, literally just parroting what Dave says and what Bethel said about the 500,000, and they're beating Raw on TV, and they don't even understand how Netflix views work? They think views are the same as Nielsen ratings. Just pure views. You mean that message board, Brian? This is why people go, nah, Brian's cool. No, he isn't. It's like Joe Dirt, where it's like, hey, Dirt, you want a cola? Nah, I'm cool. No, you're not. That's Brian.
There are subscribers.
He's a phony worm.
They're like, this is a slow-paced match.
Well, it was slow, but that's what they were I know what they were going for, and they achieved what they were going for. Okay, sometimes not, part of the thing at the end was you had that stuff at the end where you're talking and talking and talking, which absolutely would have sucked if it was anybody else.
See? If it was anybody else, it would have sucked. But, well, not only that, because I get what he's saying, but it's Roman, and that's what he does. But he's sitting here, like, burying it. He's not really putting it over. What he's trying to say is, like, these fans just like dumb shit, Brian, and our listeners are smart, but they hate WWE. and they agree with what Dave just said. It would suck if it was. He's just trying to say this is all bullshit, but that's what they want. They just want the bullshit. That's what Dave is trying to say. It's just projection.
But because of what they were and what they were going for, kind of like the two guys, the story they were telling is a slow-paced story.
They're
It's a
also
slow-paced,
talking
dramatic
to each
story.
other in a 34,000 seat building, and nobody can hear them. In fact, even on television.
You don't need to fucking hear them, Brian, because we've all been at wrestling matches where you can't hear them, but you see them jawing back and forth, and you go, oh, shit. And also, you do hear them because you guys are brain-rotted old men who need to pack it in. And it gets picked up on the mics, and then it goes on social media. Guess what else you can't hear what people are saying, stupid? When two fighters in the UFC, they face off. And they do the weigh-ins, the ceremonial weigh-ins, and the fighters face off, and you see them talking shit, and they get in each other's face, and everybody goes, oh, and the crowd starts popping. Nobody can hear what they're saying. But do you know what Dana White has a specific guy for and the UFC has a specific guy for? There's a guy there filming it horizontally and fucking who's right there in their grills catching what the fighters are saying to each other. They immediately upload those on social media along with what you see on the regular camera, and they subtitle it and everything. And then you can hear what they're saying, and the media goes, man, Dana, what were they saying to each other up there? And that's like a fucking, that's what WWE's creating with that. And it's like a viral thing, and you guys don't know shit about business, and it's not just about the television. It's about fucking what goes on social media, which Dave tries to go, it's the most important thing, but then he's too dumb to fucking understand why they do this, and Bry doesn't know shit. Because he's an old man who needs a break. The fucking bags under his eyes, dude.
After the show.
It's crazy how dumb these guys are. And Dave watches MMA, allegedly. He fucking doesn't. So you think you'd know that. But UFC blew up because of that. Dana White knew, yes, film what they're saying up close, mic them up. We'll hear exactly what they're saying. And then we'll upload it with the fucking subtitles. Because immediately after the weigh-ins, people go, oh, I want to know what they were saying. And by the way, these guys are lying. You could hear Roman talking shit. You know how I know? Because I watched it live both nights, and the shit they were saying, I was repeating to my audience who were listening to my shows. Okay, Bri? So you can't get away with being like, no, you couldn't even hear it. You could.
Oh, they had to explain what they were saying to each other because nobody could hear it.
You know, it's just, you just made that up.
I thought the match.
And it's, again, for social media and shit like that. Holy fuck. So Dave now is a business analyst. And he starts going, even though he's behind on his Paramount shit, he's going to lecture business analysts now. And when they start talking about WWE creative, it's a different ball game. Yeah, no shit. They're business analysts. So just like when you start talking creative, when you're a guy who just wrote attendances down and made up stars and then give your shitty opinion, you never done anything in the fucking wrestling business ever, it's a different ball game too, Dave. Just like when I'm a fucking mark and I start talking about it, it's a different ball game. I put creative over pure business aspect. Business people are going to put their agenda behind it. You being a shill for tone in AEW, that's your agenda behind it. So it's always going to be a different ball game. You fucking moron. Let's listen.
JP Morgan came out with its analysis of TKO business. And it is the first time that I have ever seen analysis that talks about unhappiness with WWE creative. They basically said that, when they were analyzing the stock and the quarterly conferences on August the 3rd, and they came up with a lot of different details. They were downgrading it a little bit, although still they feel it's the stock should be higher. But one of the things that they were talking about is the idea that they have seen complaints about WWE creative and the soft sales of SummerSlam what is an indication.
And Shaq goes, so kind of like how we don't get HBO Max numbers, because if we did, they would tout them, if you will. That's the word everybody likes to use. They would parade them around if they were actually good, and they'd publish them, Dave. Huh. Weird.
That they have looked into in feeling the weakness of W Creative, and it was considered, a negative as far as, things to look out for. It when the analysts start talking about WWE Creative, it's a different ballgame. WWE has, their big thing is always like, we don't listen to this stuff, which they do, obviously.
And he means the fucking magnitude of like, well, the business analysts now are blaming the creative for how shitty the business is doing. Q2, they made more money than people go, well, they charged more. Okay. And is there any less people at Raw's, or is every Raw still 14,000? Is there any less people at SmackDown, or is it anywhere from 8 to fucking 11,000? Is there any... Okay, SummerSlam, there's less people. Okay, but compared to what year? Because typically 20,000 and above is like insanely good for SummerSlam. They did almost 40,000 2 nights in a row. So is it really that bad? How did they make more money? Because it's just sloppy dog shit and people are just fucking mentally ill like Dave is? And no, bro. Like, they're still doing well. It's just, yes, there's no one story that's like, whoa, blowing everybody away right now. Hopefully Punk can get that on SmackDown.
So you can see by...
I don't know what to tell you, but it's nowhere near as bad as, like, a lot of the shit in AEW. Again, not to make it about AEW. That's what Dave does, though. That's why we had a section covering it.
The over and over and over again, how they change plans based on stuff that they supposedly don't listen to. And
he always goes, the stuff they don't listen to. No, Dave, you're a fucking moron. They listen to business analysts. You're conflating things. You're embellishing the truth because you're a phony fraud liar. This is how dumb you are. Ready? They listen to business analysts. They don't listen to the onlines. Never once did Nick Khan go, we don't listen to business analysts and people we work with. No, he says we don't listen to online shit. What, are they going to listen to Jonathan Coachman? They'd fucking hire him. He'd still have a job. Why do you think Coachman and Vince Russo say the shit they say? Why do you think you say the shit you say? Fuck beings, man.
So that's the reality. But
no, that's not the reality. They do listen.
Wall Street. When it comes to Wall Street, they have never in the past paid attention to complaints about creative. And the fact that they are talking about that's a huge thing when it comes to TKO, because it means that they're going to have to be a lot more, they're going to have to address the issue probably with those market people. Whether they'll do it at the conference call or not will be very interesting if they even bring it up. But individually, they're going to have to do that and say, no, everything's fine. And before, they've never had to. So this...
It's so funny because Dave was saying this, I believe, before the Q2 report. Not, I believe it was before the Q2s came out. So you're cooked, Dave. They have to face the music and go, no, it's all good. Well, no, exactly. They just go, look, business analysts, all the business is way down. Really, Dave? You just proved you're a fraud again. Because if it was all down and it was so bad, how the fuck did they make more money than last year in Q2?
Big one. It's a big one to watch. And unfortunately, when stuff like this happens, it usually leads to, sometimes it leads to good stuff. You
name another time this ever even happened, Dave. I challenge you. Name one other time that this even happened. Something comparable to what you're describing even happened. Name it.
Backs against the wall and you got to do stuff. Often it leads to panicked reactions. We'll see which one this leads to, but it's going to lead to something without a doubt.
It's going to lead to something. It's going to lead to the largest Q2, Brian, in a year, beating last year's, Brian. You fucking phony fraud. So again, Dave Meltzer goes, if ratings are not strong around 2028. So now Dave is speculating on WWE ratings in 2028, but he refuses to do that for
He had
AEW.
Cuervo with him the whole time too.
But you're a fraudcaster phony if AEW that's in WB that is going to sell to some other shit and has a maybe 1 year option for 28 that might not even get picked up. And Dave, you're a fraud if you fantasy mark book or are a Hollywood agent and talk about what's going down with that. You don't know, and there's still that option, and they'll probably pick it up, and everybody's a phony liar, and they're doing. But Dave is going to speculate on 2028 WWE.
Dave is so bad. Dave is the devil. Oh.
Whoa. If WWE ratings are not strong around 28, the belief is TKO president Mark Shapiro and others will really start pressuring Nick Khan and Triple H. Who believes that? You, who just made it up, you stupid idiot? Raw ratings are trending down year over year per JP Morgan analysis of TKO's share price. Holy man. So is AEW's ratings are trending down year over year. And they have a TV deal that just might be up. So your fantasy mark booking a talking to, whereas Tone might not even get renewed, just even, let's say there wasn't a merger with Paramount. And it was just still on WB. WBD put that clause in there for a reason, so they might go, nope, we're not even going to pick this up again. So what are you talking about? And you're behind on the Paramount sale, questionably. Why? Because it doesn't look good for AEW and you can't spin it any other way? You haven't figured out the spin yet? But you're all over the JP Morgan Wall Street fucking... Like, Dave is just such a fraud. And so we move along here, and these two bumble chuckle fucks speculate on what's going on with Rey Mysterio and Roman Reigns, which they announced it.
Roman Reigns.
There's a tournament. El Grande. Some people pointed out that El Grande is actually wrestling night 2 of Triple Mania, but guys, he can get from Mexico to... Because isn't the Raw in Mexico, right? Following the Triple Mania, if my dates are correct. I just saw a comment under like one of my videos or like a response to me on Twitter or something. I don't even remember. But I saw someone be like, well, El Grande's main eventing the night 1 or 2 of fucking whatever. It doesn't matter. You can get... He can... Raw's in Mexico. He can do a double shot. It could be Dom, though, and I'm leaning more towards Dom. Because I heard allegedly, and again, I'm not a dirt sheet, and I'll be the first to tell you guys that, but allegedly, Undertaker has had a talking to with some people regarding Dominic Mysterio's creative, which might be why we're seeing WWE heat shit up. He's a little like, whoa, how is he not as hot as he once was with what you guys are doing? Now, this is all allegedly, and we'll see. They have been trying to heat Dom up again, though, but that's the Mega Campeon, and Taker might have been like, well, what the fuck's going on here? And Dirty Dom versus Roman, that's another, with Omos in his corner, that's another really good fucking match they could do. I think El Grande would be like, I think that would go crazy in Mexico. But El Grande Campeon versus Roman, if Dom loses there, or he might even drop the the Mega Campeon part of the El Grande Campeon, the Mega Campeon at Triple Mania, that could happen. But if he defends, who fucking knows? I don't know. Someone's got to survive a turn. We're going to see. I'm letting it play out. I'm super intrigued. And no matter who it is, in Mexico, they're going to go fucking crazy for Roman. But either of those matches intrigued the shit out of me. And they have been working trying to heat Dom up again by beating up midgets and stuff and sticking him with Ryan Garcia. So we'll see. We'll see. Let's take a listen to these two morons give their take.
Walks through the curtain at the end of the show, and Rey Mysterio steps up to him, and he says, Roman, I'm not sure if you know this or not, but I am the GM of AAA. At which point Roman Reigns says, I know now.
I know now. That
Quite
really,
a way to bury the company.
That really puts it over as being important, doesn't it?
Oh, it sure does.
Yeah.
And
Oh, these guys get triggered by kayfabe so hard. Roman's gimmick is Roman's gimmick is like Yelena Belova in fucking Spider-Man Brand New Day. We deal big potato, massive potato. You deal with tiny, very small, very petite potato, you know? Roman's whole attitude is like everything is small fries compared to what the fuck I'm doing. And also, there's a whole fan base that might not watch AAA on YouTube and shit who are on Raw. And so that was if you don't know, now you know moment. Where Ray's like, I'm the GM of Raw. And so Roman gives like the response of the audience of AAA. He goes, well, I do now. Shouldn't the champion be focused on the fucking on his show and what he's doing, and also on the main roster? Like, there's levels to the shit. But also, it's funny how Dave goes, yeah, that makes it look like small fries. Okay, but Bryan brings up the same thing, like, hey, Eddie Kingston is in ROH. Nobody fucking knows. We want to see him. And then Dave goes, well, if you'd read, you'd learn. So why wasn't Dave's defense, well, Bryan, if you read, you'd know Rey Mysterio's the GM of AAA. Boom. Caught you, Dave. Caught you fucking not keeping the same energy where it applies.
And Ray goes, I have something I'd like to talk to you about. I was like, what? So first off, you buried AAA. Second off,
no, you didn't.
Well, now you're going to put Roman Reigns on AAA?
Didn't they bury him again during the show tonight, too?
No, you put him on the Raw in Mexico, so let it play out because you guys are stupid. And now Dave goes, didn't they bury them? Here's how you know, Dave, if it's buried. Ready? Watch how many people are at those shows. Watch how they do 3x the AEW Grand Slam audience for the Raw in Mexico, let alone the fucking Triple Mania shows and shit.
I mean, they buried him by beating Dominic for the second night in a row when he's defending the title against El Grande in a month.
Yeah.
Now that is fucked up. Now, I don't know if and apparently Undertaker talked to some motherfuckers about adjusting that. Now,
I don't know.
And I don't know if like Triple H and them view it like, okay, El Grande's a joke over here. And he doesn't get the massive reactions like he does in Mexico. Same thing with Dom. I don't know, but Dom did have tons of heat. And he's seemingly getting it back slowly but surely. I mean, that last crowd fucking didn't want to let him talk, and they were booing the shit out of him again. Anyways,
what are they doing with Roman Reigns and AAA?
Well, obviously they're going to put him on a show.
Okay.
They put him on a Raw show, so it's a tournament where the winner gets a shot. Now, if this was an AEW, you guys would be going, oh, cinema. The best Dynamite in years.
Now, what I can tell you is it is not going to be the MGM Grand show, which would have been like my two first picks were the MGM Grand show or the show in what's that city, Edinburgh, Texas, which goes against the one that goes against All In, because those made sense as far as they're fairly, they're the next two upcoming. It could be Chicago,
no, Punk's going to be at Chicago.
I mean, because that's a big one. They're running the Allstate Arena. I figured Punk would work that show. I didn't figure Roman would work that show, but they might, and I'm sure Punk will. I'm not sure, but I mean, I certainly expect Punk will work the show. Maybe they won't.
Hey, Dave, want me to find out for you, buddy?
Roman to work the show. It is head-to-head with AEW.
So I can give you the answer.
Who's pay-per-view in the same city. Obviously, they're going to do some sort of a special on it, whether it be YouTube or
oh my fucking God. And then it's the Raw in Mexico. Dave, why don't you study and learn and remember that there's a Raw in Mexico and they announce these shows being in Mexico?
I'll swear Netflix, somewhere. And probably YouTube. And but I mean, the key is that
Netflix and YouTube and all these fucking streamers and probably all these places international, because that's where all their fucking shows are on YouTube or Netflix International. You stupid idiot.
I think that in that case, you know, the big thing is that they're going to go head to head with the AEW pay-per-view in the same city, and they want to draw a bigger crowd, and they probably will. They're in the Allstate Arena, and AEW's in the Now Arena.
You're looping,
so they're in a bigger arena to begin with, and they're a little bit ahead in ticket sales. You know, even though it's not a pay-per-view going against a pay-per-view, but I mean, CM Punk in Chicago is going to draw. That's just the reality of the situation.
So you just said you're not sure and nobody's really sure, and they never announced CM Punk. So Dave's just going, well, CM Punk's going to draw in Chicago. So that's why a non-pay-per-view's outdrawing a fucking pay-per-view. Is this what he's literally saying?
And you add Roman, you know, but I don't know that, like I said, I don't know Roman is on that show. It would make sense for him to be on that show. I only know that he is not on the Texas show and he's not on the MGM Grand show.
Dave, you don't know anything. You're just making shit up on the fucking fly. You don't know anything about any shows. So here's Dave and Bryan talking about how it's harder and harder to be a heel in WWE. So again, no criticism for Mox, who puts plastic bags on heads and murders people and does all of this shit in Minecraft. But then out of nowhere, he fucking wins a tournament and goes, yeah, this is for pro wrestling. And then people are like, he's kind of a babyface. And then he's shaking dudes' hands, but at the same time, he's jumping dudes and glomming them when they're KO'd and trying to take them out by breaking their necks. And then he's training Ospreay to be a lethal killer, but he's kind of a good guy. They never have the same criticisms. They just go, well, Moxley, I mean, as a top guy, is match 5 stars. But they are correct in this assessment that it is hard to be a heel in WWE because everybody's so fucking over that, and this is why they do 14,000 every Raw. Imagine that. Imagine getting people over instead of shoving Garcia, the dick dancer, and fucking Yuta down everybody's throats, and Orange Cassidy, who's fucking 45 and hasn't gotten over compared to what he was in the beginning. Imagine that, having a bunch of fucking superstars, big heavyweight beastly looking motherfuckers who are all big stars, and it's hard for anybody to be a bad guy. Everybody's Cena now. You either cheer him or you fucking boo him, but you care. Imagine that. Imagine how good that would be for your business. No, it's bad for business.
One of the things with WWE lately is all these babyface matches.
Did you babyface constantly? Because at the end of the day,
Bloodline or heels, I don't care what anybody says. If you're watching the show every fucking week, they are bad guys.
You know, I mean, that's
it's too much of it.
Yeah, probably. But I mean, when it comes to like the big stars, the fans turn the big stars babyface, and once you do that, you know, when you want to have the big match. I mean, look, the biggest match they got, Roman Reigns and Obafemi. That's babyface. There's got no other match that could draw anywhere close.
Roman's a fucking heel.
To that one.
Roman is the weirdest babyface, though, because he's
not a babyface. Well, the people cheer him, though, Phil Mark. So what do you know? I know that I'm talking the merit of the fucking show and the characters and what we're seeing play out on screen and his actions. That's why, he just shit on AAA. Yeah, he's a fucking heel, guys. I don't know if you know that when Jacob Fatu Tongan death grips people till they're all bloody, and then he fucking tries to break their necks with chairs and stuff in Minecraft, and then he throws the one up with Roman, who comes out and shakes his head. Yeah, delete that man. That's heel shit. Just because the people are cheering it, I don't know what to fucking tell you. Yes, I guess it makes them baby faces, but does it really? Or are times they are a-changin', and you guys are just old and out of touch? People are just cheering and booing what the fuck they want to cheer and boo, because when you're over, you got it like that. I don't know, man.
Is such a dick to everybody.
But everybody cheers him.
Yes, they do.
He is the biggest star in the company. I mean, when he comes out, it's a completely different reaction than Punk gets, than Cody gets. They're close in a sense, but he's got that he's got that aura and presence, you know, from all those years on top and the legacy and all that. And just everyone knows, you know what I mean? It's like, he's the guy, you know, he's the guy who makes the most money. Doesn't matter.
But Dave goes to the movie theater and goes, nobody knew Roman, and he's a star, but it's not like Mystico or anything like that. He said shit like that in the recent past, like in the 2020s.
Sells the most merchandise. He still makes the most money. So people have had that drummed down their throats, but you know, he is, you know, he comes out like he can do any heel thing he wants and they're going to chant OTC like crazy. That's just the deal. That's, you know, that's part of the deal. These fans, it's they don't want to boo anybody, you know. I mean, some people when they're heels, they cheer them, you know. I mean, a lot of these guys that are baby faces became baby faces because the crowd cheered them, you know, not because like they didn't want to turn Seth Rollins, you know what I mean? They had to.
They had to, yes, we know, but damn it. So why'd they turn Mox? I don't know, dude. Just keep the same fucking energy. It's too much of this shit.
One of the things
Dave's rotting my brain out right now. Okay, so Dave Meltzer and Bryan Alvarez get triggered by Ryan Garcia. And a lot of people are, they're like, no, fuck this guy. And he did say some crazy ass shit. Jim Cornette and Brian Last were reacting to some of the shit he said. Here's the thing, right? He said he was drugged out and he apologized for it all. And I don't know what else I can tell you. There was a girl he was dating too that said he was like pushing her around and shit. Now, I just want to point to one thing. Anthony Smith recently, who's an MMA fighter, he got arrested for, and this happened like last week. Apparently it was like domestic terrorism, tried to run his wife over with a car, blah, blah, blah. And then she came out and went, listen, I called the cops for his own safety and I was never in danger, but this is something that's happened and blah, blah, blah. So I don't know if that's like Stockholm syndrome or she realized the magnitude of like, shit, if my husband goes to jail, I'm fucked. Or like, I don't know what that's all about, but when it comes to people's interpersonal relationship shit, it's hard to speculate on any of that. So, I mean, whatever. His crazy ass racist tweets, he apologized for all that shit and said he was drug induced. So all I can do is take him at his word. And clearly the powers that be, they're promoting a big fight with him. You see the ads everywhere. Golden Boys working with their fucking rivals to put, I believe, right? Because wasn't he with De La Hoya? Either way, doesn't matter. They're working with their rivals to fucking make this fight happen. And it was a while ago. So Dave, you say dumb shit like right now. You say borderline racist shit like last week. So what are we really doing here?
Well, it's WWE. I know Nick Khan is very liberal when it comes to bad people if they're famous. And frickin' Ryan Garcia is as bad as, I mean, for all the people that people have gotten mad at in wrestling and want a blacklist out of wrestling, I mean, Ryan Garcia supporting the KKK, you know, and all of the racist stuff that he has said. I was, you know,
So do you believe in your heart, Dave, that Ryan Garcia, a Mexican man, is really like the KKK rules and stuff like that? Bro, he was drugged up, losing his fucking mind. He's punchy, getting punched in the head for a living and shit. Now, I think that's super fucked up. Did he say anything about the KKK? Let me just Google it. Did Ryan Garcia tweet support of the KKK? Let's just fact check it. I'm not even denying it happened. I read some of his tweets on air. Yes, he did. He said, I'm the KKK. So, like, the KKK would not accept him, right? So you're on drugs going, I'm the KKK. That's crazy drug shit. Just like Kanye West, like, are you sure he ain't on pills? I think it's public that he's on, like, psychosis pills and shit, dude. It's fucked up, man. Like, people go crazy. Now, I'm not defending this in any way whatsoever. But there's people accused of like trafficking people in WWE. So I don't know if this is the end all be all. It seems like he was in like a drug psychosis or something and he apologized for all this shit. I don't know. I wasn't there. I don't call him on the fucking phone. Right? But AEW, again, has been, these guys hang out with pederasts and stuff like this. And Joey Ryan and Marty Scurll, and they meet up with them, and people say crazy shit about that. So Dave goes, in WWE, they don't give a fuck if you murdered somebody. Maybe, but you don't fucking ever keep that same. It's not like it's exclusive anywhere in business. In all of these big businesses, which AEW, you claim they are this big billionaire business, this big old big dick billionaire business as well. And they associate with shady people that people have called out, but you don't call it out then. So, like, Dave, you're the last guy. Like, if other people want to call it out who keep the same fucking energy on this shit. My guy, JJ Alexander, he fucking calls out everybody who do fucked up shit that he deems that in his mind is socially unacceptable or whatever the fuck. He keeps the same energy. He doesn't care if it's WWE or TNA or fucking AEW. Seems like he's always calling somebody out, right? Friend of the show. You don't do that, so I don't want to hear this from you. This is the virtue signaling bullshit. Okay? The KKK kayfabe. Oh my God, that's funny.
I mean, I don't know him, but they signed him for a big boxing match, Zuffa Boxing, and boxing certainly has zero morals. And I mean,
boxing has zero morals.
I mean, if you're not in jail, you're fair game for WWE. And
if you're
fine.
not in prison, you're fair game.
It's a consistent policy. If there's not a conviction, and I think if you're a big enough star, even if there is a conviction, you'd be okay. But
see, this is the thing too. If there's no conviction, Dave, you don't get convicted for being on drugs and then pushing the boundary. I don't even want to word it like that, but crossing the line is what that is. What Ryan Garcia said, crossed the line, greatly offended people, but there's no conviction for free speech. You fucking cuck loser. He got drugged up and said crazy shit. You know who else says crazy racist shit? Homeless drugged up people you see outside of the fucking 7-Eleven or the Circle K or whatever the fuck, dude. They say crazy shit too. That crossed the line. They might even grab somebody if you don't pay attention, right, dude? They might even threaten you with violence, buddy. So it's like, what are we really talking about here, man?
Man, I was not. I wasn't surprised at it or anything like that.
And like, if there's no conviction, that means you're not guilty of something. So that should be realistically how everybody operates, because innocent until proven guilty. So you're not proven guilty of something. So then, right? Like, isn't that how it works? Again, I'm not trying to sweep for anybody, but it's like, isn't that how this works? Isn't that why there's courts and shit? And Ryan Garcia wasn't even, well, maybe he was in court for things that involved his ex and stuff. I don't honestly know any of the details on that beyond, I think, like Brian Last said something, I don't know. Listen to Jim Cornette and Brian Last. They like actually read more of the tweets and talked about he was arrested for this and it had something to do with domestic whatever, and that's fucked up. But anyways.
But when I look, I mean, maybe, I mean, there was outrage.
Because this is the point I'm making, right? Dave doesn't go, well, Hangman hangs out with Marty Scurll and there was no conviction, legally underage, but legal consent where he was. The Bucks still talk to Joey Ryan and them. He doesn't say that, but we're talking about creeping on minors, no conviction, so you let it slide. No, Dave, that's the same energy. Well, AEW doesn't book them. Fair enough, but like, you think they wouldn't if they didn't think the cancel pigs would come after them and shit? If they did, what would happen? What would happen? You would have me saying the same thing. Dave, keep the same energy. You better be hating on this company too. Otherwise, what happens? You have fucking AEW, you have some of these fucking hater AEW accounts making fun of you. They're already doing that anyways. They're already pointing out the Hangman hanging out with Skrull shit anyways. So what really happens? So it's the same thing. WWE just, I mean, they're willing to use them. I don't fucking...
There was outrage to it, so I can't say that there wasn't. But I'll tell you what, if that guy had been on, if he had been on AEW, 10x easy outrage.
No, just in your bubble, just what the negative algorithm feeds you. It would be 10x the outrage. Okay? It would be 10x the fucking outrage in your bubble, Dave. And from the AEW fans, which, and who even knows? They would probably sweep for it, but there's way less of them. And WWE people would jump all over it, just like AEW fans are jumping all over this. And a bunch of WWE fans jumped all over Ryan Garcia's ass too. It's just you're in a bubble, bro. So it's amplified because you're seeking out the sickoest and the wackoest of the wackos. And that's like what you see it. You guys see it. Dave will respond to like a 30 replies into a thread on Twitter. And he'll quote tweet a random fucking tweet with a fucking letter for their profile picture or whatever the fuck. Not a business, not nothing. Not a genuine podcast, not an analyst, not a fucking a wrestler, nothing. He responds to fucking Elboo and J Cup and shit.
I really am starting to think that that the outrage stuff is very tribal, because but I mean, in fairness,
and again, people are pointing out Enzo was let go, Velveteen Dream was let go, that fucking referee who was going to work and spouting off about his personal politics and fucking the vaccines and shit, which is nobody's business. Whether you took the vaccine or didn't, whatever your political beliefs are, that's your own fucking business. Okay? And so when you go to work spouting it off, WWE let them go. They do let people go. Ryan Garcia, this is like a TKO thing where they're trying to do crossover stuff. It's not up to WWE to go, we're fucking going to hire or fire this guy. That's not what's going on. He's like a big name, pound for pound, one of the best boxers alive, big name boxer. And guess who doesn't care? Boxing fans. Well, they're all sleaze bags. Are you sure? Or are they people who like boxing and combat sports? Now, I get it. Boxing has a history of being sleazy, and the judging and shit has been corrupt over the years, allegedly, in my opinion. But you want to talk about what? Are all boxing fans just sleazeballs now? Because now that's what he's saying. They're all, you know, Ryan Garcia draws. In fact, I forgot about all this controversy personally. I've just been like, oh yeah, Garcia's fucking lit, and you catch his fights. And Oscar De La Hoya is promoting the shit. Oscar De La Hoya is more fucked up than Ryan Garcia from my immediate recollection. So he appeared on Raw, didn't even enter my mind, and then everybody brought the shit up again. And it's like, all right, well, maybe society's past this. I don't know. Maybe they're okay with him, and he's done his due diligence in apologizing and shit like that. I don't fucking know, man. Like, why do you care?
It's like, I mean, my God, you know, I know they're promoting his fight, and that's the deal. And that was their idea of getting publicity and getting him on Sports Center and getting them in mainstream, because to them, a guy like Ryan Garcia is mainstream.
To them, no, to the masses. They don't determine who's mainstream. You don't determine who's mainstream. The people determine who's mainstream. The masses determine who's mainstream, Dave. Maybe learn about that a little bit. But yeah, I'm not like defending anything Ryan Garcia said or the actions he's done. I can't control any fucking one man here, guys. But like, come on, dude. Dave is just a complete and utter cuck. And so, again, Nick Khan urged Busted Open to stay authentic. And Zstrom goes, at least it opened, you up to rebrand the AEW Observer Pot Meat Kettle? And Meltzer goes, actions speak louder than words. Responding to the Observer's own tweet about Nick Khan saying, hey, be critical of WWE still, which busted open has been. Right? Actions speak louder than words. Yeah, Dave, you know what actions speak louder than your fake phony words? The numbers and people who tune in to social media like YouTube and the numbers that get posted. And you getting phone calls from Tone. And you picking up a microphone and going, I pushed for this to happen in AEW. And you being on vacation in Mexico, but calling into your radio show to fucking glaze Tone and bury WWE. Those are the actions that speak louder than words. So the AEW Observer, that's fucking funny. Shout out the Z-Strom guy. And then Dave goes, well, you know, the one that has more news on WWE by far than any other company. Yeah, Dave, they've been around for 50, 60 fucking years. So yes, you have the most stories. AEW's 7 years old. So that's just inevitable. Whether it's good, bad, or the best, or you love it or you don't, you're going to have the most stories on them. Sorry, AEW broke your brains to the point any mention of it triggers you. No, Dave, he didn't mention AEW. So this is how broken your brain is. This is how fucking seriously dumb you are. He didn't respond to you mention. He didn't get triggered by you mentioning AEW. He brought up AEW. And you're triggered by it. What you're literally doing is projection in real time. We're just catching it right here. If you only read, like literally he brought up AEW and you spurged out. If you only read, you would be as smart as the actual smartest posters. So now there's smartest. If you read everything I wrote, you would be as smart as the actual smartest posters. You're not the smartest poster of all time.
Oh my God, it's the greatest thing I've ever seen.
Dave, he never said he was the smartest poster. You're just making shit up, adding weirdo shit to the conversation, and you genuinely believe the dumb fucks you grift off of that buy your snake oil are the smartest posters on X?
This just in, we have confirmed that Dave Meltzer fears PWT
Whoa,
and
he's
flukes.
fucking coping.
You are coping and seething. You just can't accept what you're seeing. Yes, you're coping and seething. The truth it is scalding, and now you are molding and coping so hard. Coping and seething.
And Dave goes, it's such an amazing cheat code for knowledge. Imagine your run-on sentences, fucking 3-paragraph-long sentences with 15 commas, bad grammar, capital letters in the wrong spot, spots, 0 editing. That makes you smarter. That's what Dave believes. That's how fucking broken his brain is. And then Meltzer said what the GOAT just completely destroys him. This is the perfect fucking analogy from the GOAT right here. He goes, the one that has more news on WWE by far. So by this mashed potato brain logic, CNN is pro-Trump because they cover him in depth 24/7. You literally dedicate every Friday Observer Radio with GG to an AEW couch therapy session, Prince of Tide style. Boom. You talk about the biggest wrestling company, you get the biggest views, the biggest and oldest wrestling, just like CNN talks about the president, but they actually cover him way more. And if you watch them, they're not fucking lying and sweeping for their liberal agenda. Not to say there's not a right-wing agenda, guys. I'm not saying that, so don't get all triggered. I'm just saying, like, they're not fucking pushing their political agenda. Like, Dave, you're a goof. You don't even think these things through, then you condescend everybody. That's why I'm so rude to you. So speaking of not thinking things through here, again, Dave Meltzer talks about this ESPN shit, and he just makes it up on the fly. And Meltzer said, you can literally hear Dave invent this WWE ESPN story live on air with conjecture. Phrases a non-hack wouldn't use. So my gut is, a real journalist, bro, isn't saying shit like, so my gut is, the reason obviously has to be, I think that tells you a lot. The fact they're not tells you. It tells you they weren't happy. Dave's a fraud and a phony. So let's listen to what he has to talk about here. He's just inventing this ESPN story live on the air as he goes, making it up as he goes along.
They're promoting it really, really hard, but they just
Patreon.com/Pro Wrestle Times. Become a member. Hit like, share the video, hype the video, super chat in, and I appreciate all of you guys for tuning in. I don't think I did many plugs this show.
decided not to do the 1 hour. So my gut is we didn't get the ratings for the last two of the 1 hour shows, which I thought was interesting. However, there's no way in the time slot that they were doing those hours that they weren't way above what ESPN would do in that time slot. So it can't be low ratings based on ESPN. I mean, it does much better than programming in that time slot would do. Now, if it was during college football season, that would be a completely different story, but it's not, so
why bring it up? Who cares then?
Oh, the reason for not doing it obviously has to be that they must be unhappy with the amount of signups that they're getting or the viewership that they're getting on ESPN Unlimited, and feel that putting the two matches on ESPN was cutting into the numbers that they wanted and the numbers that are important to them, which is the money number.
And then they extended WWE and did a 3-hour pre-show. They got a 3-hour block of like pre-show time on ESPN both nights. But Dave goes, it must be that they're not happy with the numbers. Or is it that they gave away the Daddy Magic taste? And now they're like, we'll give a 3-hour pre-show block, and hopefully enough people seen these things and know what you're tuning into or what you're buying. Or we're seeing more success viewership wise from the longer pre-shows and shit. Like, why did they extend the pre-shows then? And they just didn't put matches on there. Gives a fuck, Dave. You're just making this shit up.
Numbers, I mean, not even the viewer numbers, because the money numbers to them are how many people subscribe on the day of the show. That's where they really make their money on this deal, or don't make their money on this deal. So I think that tells you a lot right there. In the sense that if they were happy with what they were doing, they would keep doing it. If if the ratings were bad, of course you would reconsider doing it, but the ratings are not going to be bad. Like if it's 8 to 9 o'clock.
So then what are you talking? So then what are you fucking saying? What are you even trying to say? Well, obviously the ratings aren't good and the conversions and the numbers aren't good, so they changed it, but the ratings aren't going to be not good, and they're not. Why even talk about this? Why give zero analysis? None of this makes sense.
On a Saturday night, and they have some big sports event that would beat it out. I mean, which happened often when they had UFC. When instead of doing the prelims.
Oh my God, Dave, nobody's fucking talking. You're just inventing scenarios now.
Put it on. But still, you got ESPN2, you got ESPN News. There's always places to put it. The fact that they're not putting it there tells you that they don't believe the 1 hour show also heightens interest and gets people, like they did for the entirety of the UFC contract.
So then why did they extend it to a 3-hour show? Now, I'm going to tell you this. I guarantee you, Dave Meltzer saw that they weren't doing matches on the ESPN shit before they announced the 3-hour block they gave them both nights. And I guarantee you he's just saying this shit before he knew about the 3-hour thing. So this would go against everything that this tells you. And if you read Dave's shit rag, you would have been misinformed. But he expects you to read the next one where he copes about it anyways. You know what I mean? Like, this guy is such a goober.
They always try to find somewhere on the ESPN networks to put those, it was 2 hours for that, before the start of the pay-per-view to get people to buy the pay-per-view.
So it was 2 hours before. Yeah, I swear he didn't know about the 3-hour block and he was talking all this shit for sure. Here's the next one.
It was 2 hours for that, before the start of the pay-per-view to get people to buy the pay-per-view. But it's a different animal. That was, that was selling a pay-per-view. This is not selling a pay-per-view. So it's strategy. It tells you, in the end, it tells you that they weren't happy with the number of people who were buying the new people buying the subscriptions for ESPN Unlimited, because if they were, they would have kept going and doing what they were doing. So
no, you don't even know that. Maybe they are happy and they went, okay, we did a couple of those. Now what we're seeing is we retain viewers for way longer on the pre-show build-up, and we've kind of balanced out at how many subscribers there are. So now we're going to take these matches away, and then hopefully a bunch of the people go, fuck, man, I watched those free matches. Oh, fuck it, I'll sign up now. We don't know. I'm attributing a make-believe scheme they could have had. But so is Dave. So that's like, my theory's just as valid as whatever Dave's saying. Maybe they went, oh shit, okay, so we maxed that out. People got a daddy magic taste. Now let's take the matches off the pre-show, extend the pre-show by 1 hour because we are retaining people the whole way through. And now maybe those people who were only watching the fucking matches where the viewership increased or whatever, maybe they'll fucking now sign up as well because they're like, fuck, I need to see the matches, fine. I don't know, Dave, but you don't know either.
There have been rumors of that from the start. That they have been happy about the numbers. And my gut was at first that they weren't going to be, because it was limited how many homes could get it, and they were paying an awful lot of money. But now I guess this would be the first pretty much confirmation of that. Yeah,
pretty much confirmation.
They're trying a new strategy because they feel that the strategy didn't pay off.
Imagine, this is confirmation that their strategy, Dave, why don't you do some journalism? And since you can get the pay-per-view numbers for fucking HBO Max that apparently Tony Khan doesn't even have, why don't you reach out to your sources at ESPN? Because Patrick Mahomes and Cuervo, and you'd be the top NFL reporter, so why don't you reach out to people in the biz? Because that's what journalists do, real journalists. Real reporters, they have sources, they know people. Why don't you reach out to some of them and you find out what the real strategy was? Oh, because you don't know, and you're talking out your ass and grifting and selling snake oil to dumb fucks? Oh, okay. Okay.
The fact they're doing it on SummerSlam tells it even stronger. If they skipped it on, like the show the month before, the June show, it'd be one thing, and you just go, well, maybe.
No, Dave. So SummerSlam sells itself. It's like a WrestleMania the last few years. The Rumble sells itself. Mania sells itself. So you go, we're not giving away any free shit. Random fucking Backlash. Hey, the first ever WrestlePalooza. Hey, let's put a match or two on ESPN to get people roped in because this event isn't as big as SummerSlam. Actually, that makes more sense. But you're just a fucking dumb guy who doesn't even know what he's talking about. Literally a failure in the wrestling business. Not monetarily, but as far as like your legacy and what you've become.
Maybe they just don't need to do it on a small show, but this is as big as it gets other than Rumble and WrestleMania. So there you go.
It was also announced that if you have YouTube TV, you can now link it up for
you have YouTube TV.
ESPN Unlimited.
You can for Peacock as well.
Yep. So ESPN was the last major holdout, as by 2027 will be the largest pay TV provider in the entire country, beating Charter and Comcast. Mm-hmm. So until this show, you could not link your YouTube TV to get ESPN Unlimited, but you now can.
So that's going to bring in an influx of fucking viewers, and maybe that's why they're not giving shit away for free either. Dave leaves that whole part out. and just guesses a bunch of shit and lies.
So that's been added, and they think that's going to hopefully add a whole bunch of people watching the shows, but
It is going to.
we'll see.
But we'll see. No, Brian, you little dumb bitch. We won't see, because if there's a bunch of people watching on Max and shit, then there's going to be a bunch extra watching because the YouTube, whatever the fuck. So, like, come on, man. You guys suck. You're hacks. And ESPN, it's all fucking day from 12 a.m. to 10 p.m. What do you want to talk about with Cody Rhodes? What do you want to talk about with Cody Rhodes? WWE SummerSlam special. Countdown to SummerSlam Saturday. SummerSlam Saturday. On Espanol, SummerSlam Saturday. SummerSlam Saturday. This is ESPN Unlimited. Obviously, this is ESPN2, ESPN. Look at this. Countdown to SummerSlam. SummerSlam Sunday, 26. They're really, they didn't get the bang for their buck. No, it's just SummerSlam, so they're not going to give any of those matches away for free because they want to maximize the mug root beer ads, and people are going to go, fuck, I have to see SummerSlam. It's like a Mania level event, whereas like Backlash or whatever is not. You dumb sons of bitches. So we move along here. And we skipped over in comparing WWE and AEW. Dave just said the Danhausen thing and the Mick Foley thing for the last two nights are the two worst things in wrestling television in a long time. We'll just skip over that. We don't need to watch that because we already get the point. But we move along here. And Meltzer said what post this 30-second clip, and it's just titled Dave Linda McMahon Meltzer. Dave, you have to learn. So let's just take a listen. I'm sure it pertains to WWE in some form or fashion. Or actually, we'll come back to this as because there's just like a miscellaneous felting Dave that's going to go down. So Dave Meltzer's thoughts on night one of SummerSlam while we're on the topic. Let's take a listen.
It was fine. Like, if this was a normal TV show, I'd kind of go, oh, it's a fun TV show. I was never bored or anything other than that women's six-way. For SummerSlam, right? If you have like a standard of that SummerSlam, like WrestleMania should be here and SummerSlam should be here, and then your other pay-per-view should be here. SummerSlam didn't reach here. It did not. If you're looking at it just as a 3-hour show that you're not paying anything extra for, it was fine. But if you're looking at a SummerSlam big time show, I think it was a little bit, it didn't really hit the mark. The Cody and Punk match, I liked that match a lot. I thought it was,
I did not think that was a good match.
And then Alvarez, his fucking mandatory burying Punk.
It was an
because Punk's taller than him.
Extremely sloppy match, and it was very slow, and it took half the match.
It wasn't extremely sloppy. Stop. You didn't say that about Edge's bullshit 619. Shut the fuck up, Brian.
To get the crowd into it.
You're just mad because he slapped your little friends around for being marks for themselves like you are.
It didn't have a lot of heat, but I thought that, well, they tried to do an 80s match, and that was their thing. And if you like 80s wrestling, it was a pretty damn good 80s match. And Punk did a great job of selling his leg, and then he does that spot where he is on the top rope and he's going to do the elbow to the table, and Cody moves, and instead of doing the elbow, I thought like he had screwed up and like planted his, when he did the landing, planting his leg, it was like, oh my God, like you totally screwed up. And then I realized, immediately, it's like, well, the whole match is about working his left leg, and
no shit. Oh, so they use psychology, and Dave's like confused by it, and he's like, "Whoa!" Immediately, I was like, "Oh, is he okay?" But then I was like, "Obviously, he is because it's the psychology."
He had Cuervo with him the whole time too.
Holy fuck, Dave! What a revelation! What a fucking epiphany, bro!
He landed. Was that what happened? He landed right on the left leg, and it was like, obviously, this was like completely planned. And I thought it was pretty damn clever and dangerous as hell, or at least it looked dangerous. I don't know. I looked at it and thought like, oh my God, you really screwed up. And he was fine, and he was just selling it some more. The finish was the finish.
Dave
Referee
doesn't understand selling.
Bump. Randy Orton comes in. I knew that Randy Orton.
I knew that Randy was coming back. I knew that Randy and blah, blah. Then why didn't you report it? It's always hindsight with
Cody,
this guy.
We're going to start the program. I knew that, that Randy was coming in this week to screw Cody.
You didn't know that. You did not know that.
So, it got a big cheer.
Oh man, it got a big cheer. That massive fucking pop that Randy Orton's got. Yeah, it was a good cheer. So here's his thoughts on night 2 of SummerSlam.
It's a thumbs up show. The last 2 matches were really good.
The problem when he says that, it's a thumbs up show, but I mean, like, with AEW, he goes, oh, it was the best show. But with WWE, he goes, oh, I mean, it was a good show, but, like, I mean, here's a bunch of reasons why it wasn't good.
It's a thumbs up show. The last 2 matches were really good. The last match was, it's a different match. It's very WWE formula. It was very predictable, but they told a story and they told it well. So I thought that was actually an excellent match. Chad Gable and Penta was really good. I think it was the moves were all good, and the right guy won. So I mean, it was positive. I think that they have a better match in them. I think one of the things that I wouldn't say it hurt some of the matches on this show, probably didn't hurt others, is that they kept, aside from the main event, they kept everything really short. Like the first match was way shorter than I thought it would be, but it turned out to be okay, and it might have even been for the best. With Kevin Owens returning and winning the thing.
Nobody cares, Dave.
Before a very good match. Still an excellent match. I thought Roman and
so everything's very good, very good. He knew it's excellent. He knew.
Well done. I mean, it was actually like one of the better WWE matches of the year. So I mean, overall, I thought it was a lot better than the first night, but the lows on this one were probably lower than the first night.
Okay, whatever. His opinion, a fair and balanced one, I suppose, in that regard. Here's Dave talking specifically about the Oba Brock match from night 1. Let's take a look.
Lesnar and Oba Femi was kind of what it should have been, but You don't know what any wrestling should be. It was kind of what it should have been. The fuck does that even mean, bro? It's like when you book a Hell in a Cell match, there's kind of an expectation, and they just did they did the same match that they've been doing, other than they went like 12 minutes instead of like 6 or 7 or 4.
6, 7.
Or whatever. And Lesnar was, my God, was he red and purple. But, I mean, he was like, whatever. But, I mean, it was the same thing, and if you like it, it's good. It was pretty heated. Oba won, as he had to. Lesnar.
It was a hardcore match, basically, with a fucking cage. I don't like that they didn't really use the cage a bunch as a weapon. They should have did the spot where, like, someone gets speared through or rigged up, like, part of the cage, and then they spill through, and then they fight back into the cage or something. That would have been awesome. Brock obviously doesn't have a lot of time left and and he's retired, and he didn't want to fucking bump and all of these things. They ripped the canvas up. The boards were exposed. And Dave's sitting there going, it's the same thing they already did. Nope. Wrong.
Basically endorsed him after and saying, I'm the past and you're the future. And kind of stepping out, it was
kind of stepping out. Wow. Great analysis. He basically endorsed him, and then he's kind of stepping out. And what the fuck are you talking about?
What the finish was always going to be. And I think the whole thing was they never used the
finish was always what it was gonna be. No shit.
The only reason I know about this is because I know about it at all. Like, there was no throwing people in the cage. It was just Lesnar doing F5, 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 German suplex, German suplex, German suplex. Oba Femi doing his power moves, choke slam, choke slam, choke slam. Like everyone pop up, good. But I just thought,
whoa, what is he talking? Like, pop, F5, F5, German, like everyone pop up. Good. Oh my God, that's for the soundboard. Listen to that one more time. What the fuck is this guy saying?
Suplex, Oba Femi doing his power moves, choke slam, choke slam, choke slam. Like everyone pop up. Good. But I just thought that.
What the fuck are you bad? What kind of review and breakdown is that? It sounds like he's describing an AEW match. Pop up, pop. See, Dave likes it. Pop up, good. He likes when people just pop up and no-sell shit. Listen to that one more time. What a kooky bitch.
German suplex, Obafemi doing his power moves, choke slam, choke slam, choke slam. You know, like everyone pop up, good. But I just thought that for Hell in a Cell, I think that you're kind of promised.
He's brain rotted.
innately.
How is this the clip? Who's your editor who leaves this in and makes you look this fucking stupid?
It's like doing a ladder match in WWE or in AEW, and you go in there and you just do a regular match, and then somebody climbs up to win, but you never use the ladders.
And listen, it's like doing a ladder match in WWE or AEW. Why would you say in WWE? You just say doing a ladder match. But he wants to go, it's like in WWE, because dumb fucks hear him. The simpletons who pay this man just hear him go in WWE or AEW, and they go, yeah, like in WWE when they don't use the ladder. Name a time that's ever happened.
In the entire match, but you have a nice match. It's like, well, you promised a ladder match, and it's like here, it's like you promised a Hell in a Cell match, and you just did a regular match, and it was a fine match.
It's a regular match, ripping the canvas off and exposing the wood, and Brock hitting tombstones. That was all fucking a regular match. Okay,
and the right guy won, and all that. So I'm not, but it wasn't a Hell in a Cell match.
Well, okay. What constitutes a Hell in a Cell? Does he have to dive off it? Because you're a fucking mark,
Lesnar
Dave?
and Obafemi.
He has to do Mick Foley? Because you're a mark? Fuck are you talking about, you dummy? So, Dave, again, he talks about WWE here. And he says, is our WWE fumbling the ball with Trick Williams? So again, it's always it's projection. So Tony fumbles, and Dave is a boomer, so he goes, is WWE fumbling the ball, Bryan? And they're talking about Trick Williams, who, again, Dave says this. And then the very next thing that comes out, all the dirt sheets are going, apparently WWE's going to push Trick to the fucking moon and get him involved in the world title picture and stuff like this next. And, like, get him up there in the upper echelon. So
I don't know what's gotten into Trick. I mean, it's like, I know that when he has good matches, it was with people like Carmelo and Ilya Dragunov.
He's still having good matches. Corbin just came back. Their match wasn't terribly bad, other than fucking Trick setting up the table was bad. So whoever agented and cleared all that shit is a fucking moron. But Trick, again, is also a heel that everybody cheers for. He's never done anything. He still just talks shit, hits people with a cane. His manager gets overly involved. So it's just tweener shit. What's going on with Trick? One fucking questionable match, and all of a sudden it's, what's going on with this guy? You're a fraud, Dave.
So maybe he needs that. But if he needs that, fucking do it. He can be a star, and he's never been come across less like a star since the day he stepped into WWE, and since the midpoint of his NXT run when he started really getting hot than he did today. I mean, he comes out there.
So he's saying the second he stepped foot in WWE and then in NXT when he felt hot, he never felt less hot than at SummerSlam.
Nice entrance. Yachty's a negative. And
see, Dave goes, Yachty's a negative. Meanwhile, everybody's like, Yachty fucking rules. Yachty's funny. The crowd pops for him. Dave doesn't get it because he doesn't like those rappers, Bryan. Oh, Yachty's another one of those people.
He had Cuervo with him the whole time, too. He has a match. He does nothing. He loses. It's a belt shot, but he loses to a guy who, I mean, Corbin walks down, and the whole deal with Corbin is they wanted to bring back this guy who's going to get all this heat, because he's really unlikable, and that'll get Trick over really big.
And he's an actual shooter. And how do you don't know their idea, Dave? You dumb, pompous, arrogant, shark-eyed, monster-brained fucking goober. You know what's going to get Trick over big? Him fighting fucking the top guys on the roster. Him being elevated up to, I'm fighting the Rhodeses and the Punks and everybody else involved in the tippy top. The top. If they wanted to do what you're saying, he would have beat Baron Corbin. You're dumb.
Babyface chasing him. And I so I know the goal, right?
So the goal is Trick is going to chase Corbin, or are they moving him on? And you're again talking before you have the full scope of the story.
I don't think they accomplished the goal at all. I mean, Corbin got the belt and Trick gets to chase him, but Corbin came out there to no reaction. The match had no heat. Trick, he didn't do anything, I mean, like, Corbin worked hard, but I thought the match wasn't even average. It was just a freaking below average match where one guy worked hard and the other guy, I don't know. He's been put in with the guy has so much charisma.
My abs are better than Trick Williams, Brian.
But and the fact that they beat him, it's like, do you think 3 months ago that they would have had Corbin beat him that clean? There's not a chance in the world, So I mean that.
How do you know? They just brought Corbin back. Did you know 3 months ago? Do you think Corbin? Well, no, he was in MLW. So maybe if they did a shock debut 3 months ago before Trick had that fucking belt in the first place, it's like what?
Tells you, they'll all say different.
It tells you. It tells you this. It tells you that. Okay, so what does AEW's booking tell you when Moxley shows up in Cincy and they draw 1,500 people and he held their world title for a year? What does that tell you, Dave?
It's part of the story, but they didn't do that one with Braun Breaker, and they certainly aren't going to do that one with Obafemi. They're trying. I mean, they're trying something to save this project, and the guy has so much charisma, he doesn't need to be saved, but he does need to be booked carefully.
Look up how many times The Rock lost. Dude, The Rock lost so many to guys like Jericho and shit. Look how over he was because of charisma, Dave.
With the right people, and they fumbled the ball completely when it comes to some guys need help to have good matches.
So he goes, they fumbled the ball completely. So that means complete, total. With some guys who need good matches. These exceptions who did they fumble? Who have they fumbled?
And if they're charismatic, you give them help. You don't throw them out there in this situation. So anyway.
Yeah, you do. Yes, you do. The Rock loses the title to Jericho. The first ever undisputed champ. Jericho wins, not Austin or Rock, the two most over guys in the business. Because they're charismatic and they'll be okay. Corbin, he's a legit guy who will tap you the fuck out. Tap Bry, strangle Bry. And Corbin's going to hold the belt because it legitimizes him more and his return. And now Trick is going to be in the world title picture.
I thought
because he's charismatic, Dave.
I thought this match was just bad on so many levels, but mostly on the booking level.
Dave this is unbridled levels of just being disillusioned by fucking everything. I don't even know if that's the right word. It's just everything WWE related just blinds Dave. Speaking of which, he talked about WWE radio. Okay. And then there's one more kind of miscellaneous area of Dave stuff I want to talk about. So WWE radio, Dave goes, I avoid listening to a lot of people talk about wrestling now. I will listen to people I believe are straight shooters. So you don't listen to Phil Marks, the straightest of shooters, but you listen to guys like Elboo and J-Cup and these people, bro, who we have evidence of you like responding, people who call wrestling fans Fed cells. Yeah, those are straight shooters. And pedophiles. Yeah, those are really genuine people. And Dave literally describes himself, who says they'll do anything for attention. That's what Dave does. Let's listen.
WWE Radio, or whatever they're calling it, the Sirius channel.
So the AEW Observer Radio and AEW Fightful fucking news and the fucking AEW, all these shows that Tone gives interviews to that don't get viewers, and Osprey gives interviews and there's fucking 120 views on it after a week. because they just lick AEW's balls. Yay for them. They're straight shooters, but boo WWE radio.
It's like they already have stopped covering AEW. What is the drive there? What are they trying to do with this channel? Just
I mean, they're trying to do a successful channel and have another place that they can promote their product. I think it's a good idea. I avoid listening to a lot of people talk about wrestling now. I mean,
we know.
I will listen to people who I believe are straight shooters.
Name them.
And there are some.
Name them.
But I mean, you have your straight shooters, and you have your people who are there to, just anything for attention, right?
Name them. You mean like make up Netflix numbers and how they work and not study and learn how viewership works on Netflix versus Nielsen, or writing out long fantasy paragraphs about how Paramount would be awesome for AEW because it's cheaper than UFC? Is that what you're talking about, Dave?
Or anything to kiss up and get an interview.
So Dave doesn't kiss up, and these fucking random pods that get 100 views and just ask Tone the same fucking questions or Osprey the same questions, they don't kiss up to get an interview. Who do I interview, Dave? Am I not a straight shooter? Not to lump myself in with any of these dirt sheet marks, but like, who do I interview? I don't even like interviewing people. I don't need to interview anybody either. What's the difference between me and you? I don't need nobody to come on this shit. Is that not the most straight shooting? The fuck are you talking about? You interview Tony Khan and kiss his balls. So what are we talking about? You mean you? Are you projecting again? Are you projecting again, Dave?
It's just, I mean, it's sad, but it is what it is. I don't like it, but it's like, accept it. It's the deal. And look, when people
you don't like it, but you think it's a good idea. You just said it's a good idea, but you don't like it. Which is it? You contradict yourself every other sentence.
There are real guys in this field, and
you're not one of them.
I mean, I know there's many real guys in this field. There's a lot more that aren't, and there's but there's many who try and are good.
Bischoff almost put WWE out of business. Not a real guy.
Some who are great. They're absolutely great people in this field. But the ones who are, bought by a promoter.
Bought by a promoter. So who's bought by a promoter? You're just wrong about stuff. If you were right about shit, but you were coping on behalf of WWE, I'd call it out too. It's just you're wrong about this stuff.
They're going to do what you do when you're bought by a promoter. I mean, I'm not surprised.
Who's bought by promoters? Who? Name someone.
Sirius wants to channel them.
You mean the people who glaze AEW who do Prince Nada coffee ad reads, and you mean those people, or Tony Khan who calls you on the phone? You're bought by. Dave's literally projecting so hard right now.
In a sense, it's solidifies them, especially because on that channel they're going to be the only people you talk about, and that's fine. They'll get guests. They'll do their fluff. And
so you get Tony Khan as a guest, and you have private meetings with him, but you don't do fluff? Look in the mirror, you mentally disturbed loser.
And they won't, obviously they're going to be very limited in the criticism that they make of the company. They may make storyline criticisms, but they aren't going to make big time business criticisms.
So like, you mean you with AEW, how you don't make big time business criticisms?
About the lawsuits or things like that. I don't think. If they do, then good for them.
If they do, then, good for them, and I'm wrong. Dave's just jealous that AEW radio didn't become a thing, and he didn't get the Busted Open deal on Sirius, where his show's on Sirius, and he didn't get the Busted Open deal. He's just jealous of that shit. That's all it fucking is, and it's because he's not a real reporter. So here's Dave, like, you're going to see the level of his reporting and what he does. So here's Dave, Linda McMahon, Meltzer. I have no idea what this clip is. I just bookmarked it because it's funny as fuck.
Of us, he calmed down. The basic gist was that he had, and have you seen the video?
He put it up. I haven't seen it yet.
Yeah, I haven't seen it either. But he put up the video, and
I did listen to this. Never mind.
Was a number of problems with it. Number one, there was A1 content in the video, and
A1 content. right? I tweeted about this. I did listen to this. A1. So again, he's talking about AI. He's not reading a script. This is what's in his brain. Dave is so retarded that he thinks AI is A1, and that's how he says it when he's talking, not even reading off a teleprompter like fucking Ron Burgundy. He thinks AI is A1.
Uh-oh,
Literally.
retard alert! Retard alert, class!
There was a number of problems with it. Number one, there was A1 content in the video, and Tony Khan
AI.
is against AI. I did it again. The AI
I did it again, Brian. Oops, I did it again, Brian.
content, and Tony Khan is against AI content. So that's one.
Tony Khan's against AI content. No. He said he used it to test booking a Dynamite with it. And he said, oh, he doesn't like doing it. But if he's against AI, he would have never even done that in the first place.
Number two, it was too long. Number three, they did not have musical rights to the music that he had in the video.
So just defending, there's A1 content. They didn't have the music rights to the music. You can fix that in 2 seconds, bro. This is about the Jacques Rougeau redemption. So Dave's just listing all the shit to bury the Rougeaus. AEW just honored them, but let's fucking bury them because fuck them, because they went against Tone and called him out for not having an editor on hand to quickly use some fucking free YouTube music like MJF's theme or whatever. It's just clown shit. And so, again, man, like the Wrestling Observer, they get triggered by kayfabe. So CM Punk reacts to Grayson Waller's WWE NXT return. And then this guy posts, what is this thing where the Observer website covers segments that occurred on TV and treats them like a shoot? See? Shout out this Jake_Razan guy. He's pointing out what I've pointed out innumerable times. Rey Mysterio's the greatest luchador of all time, Cole. And they said he's the greatest? Bah! How dare they? So again, this is how the Observer reports it. Waller performed a shoot-style promo on NXT where he took direct shots at Austin Theory, The New Day, and the brand's latest addition, Cruz Montana. However, his promo was not well received by WWE's management, who cut him off on the mic and took him off at the feed as well. Similar to WWE, CM Punk was also not fond of Waller's NXT return promo. Frustration distilled and funneled into a bullet aimed at the competition. Punk captioned over a clip from the promo and shared on Instagram stories. It's kayfabe. They report it like it's a shoot. People expect to take this shit seriously. So you see Dave here. Why does Dave Meltzer continue to interact with a deranged troll who harassed Chelsea Green and has spread lies about CM Punk? So this J-Cup fucking loser. The most obnoxious Fed cells know this shit is bad. They excuse it because they're told Danhausen is drawing money. No, we're not told that. We see he is, and he's drawing money because everybody likes it, not the reverse way. Stupid, dumb fucking dumb cup. J-dummy. You don't fucking, it doesn't go backwards. It's not the chicken and the egg or whatever the fuck. He sells a bunch of shit because people enjoy it. So people go, yeah, this is good shit. It's good shit, pal. That's why everyone shat on his debut, because it wasn't good shit and people thought it was weird. People try and retcon it and go, well, it was supposed to be that way. Maybe that's true, but they lack a fundamental understanding of pro wrestling. No, Jacob, you do. Okay? The fundamental understanding of pro wrestling is old shooters started being flagrant and flamboyant so they could draw more because the fucking catch-as-catch-can style wasn't drawn as much and you can't shoot fight as much. You're a dumb idiot. That's all this is. They may like Danhausen, but they love him because blah, blah, blah. Even though Dave Meltzer goes, it's only about drawing, Brian. That's all that matters. And this is who's responding to you, a guy who's a hypocrite. He's drawing merch money, not ticket sales nor ratings. Prove those. Still, that's more than all, but a very few today or in any era. Then Jacob agrees. Yes, Daddy Dave, 100%. Dave just disagreed with you, dickweed. Fuck, man. And this is who Dave goes, I mean, the feedback I'm getting. This is who he responds to. This is his source, by the way, on stuff as well. So you see here. This is your Scoopster. Heck of a publication. So here's Jacob harassing Chelsea Green online. right? That's what Sean Ross Sapp would say. You're harassing me. If you even put one tweet out, you're a weirdo obsessed. Then what is this? This is the people who fuck with you guys. I cannot even begin to tell you how fucking tired I am of people like Chelsea Green, cowards who stand for absolutely nothing, defending why they work or support anyone thing part of the MAGA machine. I fucking hate them so much, man. Detest. Hey, Chelsea Green, if do you agree to take a pay cut, or is that not yet part of doing your job, you fucking pathetic piece of shit? What a fucking loser this guy is. I'd rather be schizophrenic than a two-faced loser like Chelsea Green, who doesn't stand for anything. Grifting piece of shit. Fuck Chelsea Green. Define grifting, moron. What do you stand for? What do you stand for? Attacking women? Selling yourself out for what, Chelsea Green? Being a fucking WWE superstar? Who's the mark now? You sad, pathetic lowlife. Fuck you, your pathetic husband, the company you work for. Wow, when people say Trump derangement syndrome, this is what they mean. This is what they mean.
Uh-oh, retard alert! Retard alert, class!
Imagine even tweeting and arguing this much about this. You're allowed to go to the White House. Hey? You're allowed to. Every president has, like, done drone strikes or fucking did some shit that people weren't fond of or fucking started wars or were harsh on fucking immigration and shit. You look at the Clintons and what they were saying years ago and their immigration policies, what they wanted were like identical to what Trump is talking about now, about how strict you should be on stuff like that. So, like, again, and I don't want to get political, I'm just saying it's all a show. Imagine getting this worked up over things like kayfabe or what these greasy politicians who are just stealing tax money. This is all any politician's doing. Ready, guys? I'm gonna reveal it to you. They're just stealing tax money, allegedly, in my opinion. Whoa, mind blown. They're all friends. They all hang out. You guys know this shit, right? They all have donated to each other and they don't really fucking hate each other. They all shake hands behind, like, you imagine just going after Chelsea Green, you parasocial sick fuck. Hug your Joshi pillow, go away. You are a coward who stands for nothing. Okay. I can't even read all this, except it does affect your life, you ignorant fucking idiot. Yes, you idiot. I hate them because they're entitled. So Chelsea Green going to the White House affected your life, other than you just having a spur gout crybaby meltdown for no likes? For no likes, nobody agreeing with you. Thinking you're cooking? Wow. And just on and on. I'm not going to read all these spineless, soulless, sellout. Oh, man. More. Everyone has the luxury to say no. This is why you sell your soul. You know what people have the luxury to do? Say yes as well. Take the steaming hot cup of coffee you're probably drinking and stick it up your ass. So violence? Look at all these tweets. I don't give a fuck about it if you're an AEW fan. You're a moron. She pushed act. It's why they chose her to be a part of the fascist circle. Like it's a conspiracy. Yeah, they went and got her because she openly goes, I don't agree with Trump on shit and I'm not a Trump person. And even afterwards, she's like, I'm not a Trump person and I'm actually Canadian and then I'm a dual citizen now. I think she's dual citizen. So that's why they chose her when everybody in the USA hates fucking Canada right now. Because we're booing your guys' national anthem and shit like a bunch of bitches, right? That's why, dude. Are you sure? Or is it just like she's now the women's champion and she's a very good worker and she does really good work for the company? No one made an error. Look at all. I can't even. She's a public figure, one who's beloved by you weirdos. You're the weirdest weirdo. What's weirder? Just going, bro, chill out. Take a nap. Go outside, dude. Breathe some fresh air. At least open your window. Get a tan. Like, do something. But instead, you're fucking yelling about Chelsea Green all day for multiple days straight. This is who Dave likes. This is who this guy stands the sheets and shit. But I'm an obsessed weirdo because I go, you guys are fucking... Hey, Fightful, you guys are dumb as fuck, reading tweets and trying to pass it off as news. Hey, Dave, you're a loser. Stop burying people to defend tone constantly and dog whistling fucking, business ventures for tone. So that's who these fuckers align with. And Dave wonders why people get mad at the media. And Dave goes, criticizing the wrestling media, in quotes, is such bullshit. No, it's not. Everything should be criticized. The media is a totally non-united front with a variety of things and views. Right. But a lot of your guys' views align and people disagree, and blanket term is a joke. You know how I know? Because I read excerpts and you don't even know how to spell or fucking use periods and commas or colons or semicolons, and you don't know how to write a functioning paragraph, Dave. So it's a joke because you can't get away with that anywhere else. That Andreas Hale guy's more legit than you. Most aren't media either. Dave, if you're on social media, that's media. If you're on YouTube, that's social media, that's media. If you're on TV, that's media. If you cover media, that's media covering media. Point out who runs from stories, like you. Who gets stories wrong and who are full of shit. Backlashes in Tokyo, Dave. Netflix ratings and Nielsen ratings should be taken the same at face value and interpreted the same, Dave. Oh, you mean like what you do? The blanket approach, trying to cover all, puts very hardworking, honest people under the same blanket as people who don't know shit about the business. You mean like you? Are outright cons like you? Or are just grifters trying to get attention and ass kissers hoping to get interviews? So you mean like you? You kiss ass? You grift for morons? You kiss ass and get Tony Khan interviews and phone calls and private meetings with him at shows. Okay. Grouping them all as one kills the value of any criticism you make. And I wrote, don't blanket statement wrestling media proceeds to blanket statement people who are critical of wrestling media. Point out who runs from stories, who gets stories wrong, and who are full of them. And I go, all right, bet. Dave Meltzer, Dumb Moment of the Week, live every Thursday night on YouTube and Kick. Let's fucking go. And so lastly, this is the last thing, guys. This guy here went at Dave Meltzer, then a bunch of people started spurging out on fucking this wrestler who called Dave out. And Nick Nemeth destroyed Dave. I didn't bookmark it all, but Nick Nemeth was like, I made a shocked face after my fucking, he's like, I listen to the people, not marks who never wrestled. And Big Trouble Ben Bishop was like, I'm going to make sure to do a shocked face after the false finish in my match tonight and shit. Everyone serious destroyed Dave. A bunch of fucking mark wrestlers that you're going to see here and a bunch of goober nobodies were standing Dave on this. So Dave has a critique of wrestling. Pretty please, all talent. When an opponent kicks out of a big move, don't do the shocked face. Dave, all of your favorites do the shocked face. Osprey, Kenny, Fletcher right here. Shout out Alfred Kunawa doing the shocked face after a kick out. All your favorites do it. It comes across so fake because it's done often as a trope and is actually a major detriment to the match. Basically, if it's a great near fall, it takes the crowd from being into the excitement of the match to, oh, they're doing a fake pro wrestling performance. No, Dave, that's your autistic, overthinking, overcomplicating simplicity, thinking you're cooking and like, I'm analyzing this on a deeper level. Do you know what takes people out of matches? Fishbowl drownings, exploding barbed wire super boots, needles, drills, fucking Jericho doing a different gimmick every time. People kicking out of tombstones off that takes people out of matches. You just don't like selling. So people just destroyed Dave. I didn't bookmark them all, but this guy, Bam Sullivan, really got it. Like a bunch of people came at him. And he goes, AI overview. No, Dave Meltzer has never wrestled a professional match in ring. He has spent his entire career strictly as a fan, journalist, and historian covering the industry. Now, Dave Meltzer goes, I've mastered and perfected. His exact words, we've covered it here. I've perfected and studied every aspect of this industry. And people have asked Dave, so have you done anything in ring? And he's like, no, there was this thing in Japan, but no one saw it. Like, there's no record of it. He's just lying. Okay? He's like fucking Count Dante or the fucking, like Dave has stolen valor in pro wrestling. Shit nobody can prove. So then this guy follows up here. Bam Sullivan, shout him out. He goes, guys, I fucked up. Good afternoon, Twitter. Earlier today, I made a statement that Dave Meltzer isn't a wrestler. And this all started because Bam was like, dude, I'll listen to someone who's actually done this, who's been in the ring. And then he responded with that, has Dave ever been in the ring? And then that's what AI said. So then he posts this follow-up. He goes, good afternoon, Twitter. Earlier today, I made a statement that Dave Meltzer isn't a wrestler regarding a critique he made about wrestlers. It's clear that I have greatly offended many sensitive and delicate little flowers on the internet. I am so sorry for the distress I have caused. In the future, I will not only tweet things that are false in hopes I will only tweet things that are false in hopes of protecting everyone's feelings. Thank you, fuck you, bye. Boom. He pretty much just hit him with a thank you, fuck you, bye. You know? And that's just it. Like, you got to lie and pussyfoot around, or are we going to be honest here? So I had to jump in and defend this dude from a couple guys. So here's Akira, the wrestler that got Masha Slamovich canceled, even though they were mutually abusive to each other, allegedly, in my opinion. And this guy goes, I never said you had to be a wrestler to criticize wrestling. And Akira's like, I have a problem, whatever. A good opinion is a good opinion, and not having direct experience. Akira, you're fucking whack and lame. But Akira goes, most movie critics have never made a movie, yet I'd rather listen to their opinions on movies. You don't have to wrestle to have fair criticisms of art. Wrestling is not special in that regard. And I agree. My whole show's based off I'm a fan, and I think, and I'm somewhat of a critique, critic. I'm a critique, Brian. I'm getting Meltzer brained here. I'm a critic as well, but this is the difference. And I quote tweeted this, and he had no response, because how do you? And I write, you're allowed to critique food, but you don't tell the chef how to hold a fucking spoon. You can critique the Odyssey, but you don't tell Christopher Nolan how to use a fucking IMAX camera, okay? Dave can critique what he's seeing, but he's never sold in front of a live audience a day in his life. All these people repeating the same response. Everyone was repeating this. Oh, so you think, because everybody's butthurt, everybody thinks their opinion fucking matters. It doesn't. Now, I'm grateful the PWT universe values your boy Phil Marks' opinion, but my opinion really doesn't fucking matter at the end of the day. See how I admit that? All these people repeating the same response, defending Meltzer without even thinking critically before blurting out the same bullshit verbatim is alarming. It's like sheepthink. It's people not even thinking about this for 1 second. You can say food shit, and yes, maybe because the way the guy is using his fucking pizza cutter, the pizza shit. But I don't know, man. I don't think it's the way he beat the eggs. It's more likely the way he cooked it and seasoned it and what he paired it with. You know what I mean? Like, you don't tell Chris Nolan how to fucking use a camera, even if the movie is shit or it's good, whatever. It's crazy, man. And so this guy said the same thing. Like, this guy said, he goes, I think people's reaction has less to do with your disagreeing with Dave Meltzer and more to do with you being a fucking moron. It's a bummer none of your peers have reached out to you to tell you to shut the fuck up, or at the very least tried to smarten you up. Oh, okay, Undertaker on Joe Rogan. What is he going to pull out a gun and knife in the locker room and tell him I'm going to smarten you up? What, are the Steiners going to hold him down and shove a fucking Sharpie up his bum hole? Like, what are you talking about? This is this dumb, they never smartened you up. I bet you cried, Adam Lush. I bet you fucking cried about what Undertaker was saying on Joe Rogan. So don't start the whole, they got to smarten you up to the biz. And I quote tweet and I go, maybe they didn't, quote, smarten him up because they agree with him. The wrestlers that this guy's, your peers should have smartened you up. Maybe they agree with him. And I wrote, only fucking marks who don't wrestle have anything to say on the contrary. I can't even imagine ball washing Meltzer in 26. I think this guy responded to, he just went, LOL. And then I go, LOL, and I respond with Nick Nemeth. Marks don't tell me how to work. Crowds do. And it's Nemeth doing the shocked face. Right? So, like, who are you going to listen to? Ziggler or your dumbass who's never had to sell in front of a live crowd? And guys, we end it with this. Tatum Paxley plays flutes. I need you all to flood her comments in a non-creepy J-Cup way, and don't spurg out, but just be like, hey, can you guys play, or Taters, can you play the Harry Potter theme? Can you do the Harry Potter theme? The do. And then I will clip that and put it on the soundboard. Let's take a listen here. Here's my favorite. I told you guys, she's my favorite. For a reason. She plays flutes. There are flutes in the chat. Let's get her to do the Harry Potter theme, guys. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was Dave Meltzer, dumb moment of the week.
Where's the guy that has papers everywhere in his room?
I love you guys. Thank you for being here. It's been over 4 hours. Tune in to PWT Live Show Saturday night, and I will see you guys on the next one. I've been Phil S. Marks. Peace.
Oh my God, it's the greatest thing I've ever seen. You're overdue. I just felt it's something that makes you look good, and that's cool, and you know, I'm all for it, but I think you need to tone this down because now it's getting obtrusive to the show. But they can go in the afternoon for a US
Hold
show,
on a second.
as they did there, and they
Dave?
can do 180,000 buys for an afternoon show, which they've also done for All In. So
Okay,
we
hold
know
on.
they can do. We know they can do big.
Can I
numbers for an
continue
afternoon.
this before you cut me off? We
Yes,
know
go ahead.
one thing.
Yes,
We know it
No, I'm
might
not-
have done well because
I'm
it went
not-
on first.
I'm not saying it would.
Here's my thing, Dave.
But here's okay. Wait. Okay, here's the thing. Oh my God, it's the greatest thing I've ever seen. I mean, it didn't mean anything to me. It was just a match.
That's the problem, Dave. It should mean something to you.
Give him a quick squash win just to show that, like, you know, he's not a loser.